Welcome to episode 16 of An Understanding. This one will be about honest Abraham Lincoln himself. If you guys like it, listen. If you don't, eat biscuits, enjoy. March 4th, 1865 is inauguration day for Abraham Lincoln, who had just won his re-election bid in a very decisive victory against his former general, George B. McClellan. It was raining. It seemed bleak in most other cases, and probably would be in a lot of, people's perspectives and opinions. But it wasn't. It was joyous. The South was losing. They were losing very, very, very badly. And ultimately, it was a bit of a celebratory mood, to be quite honest with you. Abraham Lincoln had just won a very fascinating election. He was going to be the president yet again and get his second term. And he noted this in his, presidential address, that this was a time to try and bring this country together. He says his speech in front of roughly 30,000 to 40,000 people that are in attendance. A lot of them black men and women. A lot of them African Americans, former slaves. And one of the men that would actually be part of Alexander Gardner's famous photograph would be Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass is one of the most incredible human beings in this country's history. He would note that the event was wonderful, quiet, earnest, and solemn. People understood what this meant when President Abraham Lincoln was giving his address, his re-election bid, and ultimately what it meant for Abraham Lincoln to pose in a picture with Frederick Douglass to, I guess you could say, the frustrations of his vice president, Andrew Johnson, who was switched out to be a person of unity between the North and the South for the most part. After the presidential inauguration, Frederick Douglass would attend the reception of the White House. He had actually met Lincoln numerous times, would meet Lincoln for many, many times over the course of the years. The discussion of slavery, ending slavery. Frederick Douglass would push Abraham Lincoln to really value and really put up or shut up in a lot of ways what he's espousing. If you truly believe in the Constitution, then all men are created equal, Mr. Lincoln. And at this point in 1865, the two men are very close friends for the most part. Frederick Douglass attempts to enter this little gala, this little ceremony ball. He's actually stopped by two policemen who yank him away. Maryland and D.C., it's still a very contentious state. It was a border state that didn't know whether or not it was going to be part of the Union or not, and there's still some issues. Ultimately, Abraham Lincoln gets word that Frederick Douglass cannot enter, and he tells him to bring him in. And ultimately, Douglass will meet Abraham Lincoln in the east wing and east room of the White House, I believe. Douglass would say that it's like standing in a mountain pine. It's simple and yet a homely beauty. He meets Abraham Lincoln there, and Lincoln tells Douglass and to the people that surround him, "Here comes my friend." He shakes his hand and says, "I'm glad to see you today. I saw you in the crowd today listening to my inaugural address. How did you like it?" And Frederick Douglass tells Abraham Lincoln, "Mr. Lincoln, that was a sacred effort." This lady, Elizabeth Peabody, she's from Boston. She actually overheard the conversation and shared it with a whole bunch of different people. Frederick Douglass's biographies and diaries would say the exact same thing. It's a big moment. He valued, a black man's opinion just as much, or more so sometimes, more than any white man's opinion. He always acknowledged the importance of a black man. He was always someone that, tried to play a balancing card. He never understood or never really valued in any way, shape, and form why one man can own another man. Abraham Lincoln may at times defend slavery, but is undeniable in understanding that, for him, it was about equality. And he was always someone that understood equality and equality of opportunity, for regardless of your skin, your tone, your color, or race, etc., etc. Abraham Lincoln in 1865 understood this. And ultimately, Abraham Lincoln, above all else, understood what it meant for people to see him. If he's going to be someone who's going to espouse and free the slaves and try to bring people together, it starts with him. The example of what president should do to a man who he calls his friend. And they are very good friends. Abraham Lincoln would soon die a month later, and his legacy will forever be known. Abraham Lincoln is this country's 16th president of the United States of America. And there's really no need for an introduction for Abraham Lincoln. There's really no one that's better known than him in terms of our presidents. It's literally Washington, Lincoln, maybe Teddy, and I don't know, maybe Reagan, for the most part, and FDR, obviously. There's really no one that's as fascinating and incredible and complicated as Abraham Lincoln, as I will plan to get to. And this introduction actually will be pretty short. Abraham Lincoln is this country's 16th president, and he will oversee the most contentious time of our country's history, in terms of there's going to be an actual civil war that will take the entirety of his presidency. Abraham Lincoln is a very fascinating individual. He's such a what if in a lot of ways too, and he's kind of deified, almost to God status level in a lot of instances because of his time during the Civil War. And the truth is that he's such a much more of a complicated human being, much more complicated person. And I think, when we do this small little deep dive into his life to really try and figure things out, I think a lot of things will start making sense. He worked tirelessly to effectively change this country. He will pass the 13th Amendment that will abolish slavery in general, in all parts of the country, and ultimately is going to be really the president that's going to be the individual that's going to set the stage for what effectively will be, the Gilded Age of America. The future that we see now today is the byproduct of Abraham Lincoln's presidency in a lot of ways. A lot of things can be tied to the moment that he effectively ends up dying, and I'll get to that when I get to that. It is undeniable, though, without question, that Abraham Lincoln is one of the greatest presidents in this country's history. I'm probably going to be saying a lot of stuff that's going to be counterintuitive to a lot of the things, and most of this is going to be focused on the actual legislative part of it, some of what Abraham Lincoln is feeling. So if I'm missing a lot of things, because if I'm going to be honest, I didn't want this podcast or episode to be 15 hours long. I didn't. But I very well could have been, because there's so much information there to try and dissect, to try and understand, I don't want to just do that. Most people know Abraham Lincoln, and will probably, this is only going to be just baseline stuff for the most part. I might go in depth on certain issues and I don't even talk about Frederick Douglass all that much, to be honest, or at least I don't think I will be, other than the couple of meetings they had where Frederick Douglass is going to push forward a lot of the stuff to end slavery finally once and for all, and a whole bunch of different things. I don't go into the Civil War as much as I probably could have. I plan to leave that more so with Ulysses S. Grant, and to an extent a little bit of Johnson, and just fascinating. Let's talk about the Civil War just very briefly before we get into this deep dive. If you don't know what the Civil War is, it's specifically between northern states and southern states with fundamental ideological differences on how this country should go forward, and North being more abolitionist and more pro-federal government and federal influence, while the South tends to be much more states' rights and pro-slavery. That's the main issue that's going to drive the wedge between this country, and has basically driven the wedge in the country for the better part of the last 40 years, since the Missouri Compromise of 1820. And, you have to understand that the Civil War is so important. I mean, basically 4 or 5 presidents who will be fighting within the Civil War. I know Grant obviously will, Rutherford B. Hayes, James A. Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, and I think William McKinley as well. William McKinley being one of the youngest men. I think he was 18 when the war actually started itself. And, I think the Civil War is the penultimate moment within this country's history, whether or not we're going to be a country or whether we're going to go downhill. But ultimately, Abraham Lincoln is the man who will oversee this, who will oversee the next century, really, of American politics and Republican dominance. And with Abraham Lincoln starts, really, in a lot of ways, the modern era of the United States of America. Anyways, let's get to the deep dive. Let's start with his childhood, and hope you guys enjoy. Abraham Lincoln was born on a Sunday, February 12th, 1809. He is the first son and the second child of Thomas and Nancy Hanks Lincoln. He has an older sister named Sarah. The log cabin that he was born in was built by his father. Rough-hewn logs that he had built all together for the most part. Sarah was born a couple years earlier. His entire family line is very fascinating. Not much is really known about the genealogy, in all honesty and earnesty, of Nancy Hanks Lincoln. We're kind of guessing a little bit in some aspects, but even Abraham Lincoln himself believes that his mother was born out of wedlock. Later on in his life, he would talk about it. And his father, on the other hand, has a really long history. It stretches back many, many, many centuries, almost. Going back from the days in Massachusetts in the 17th century, that goes all the way down to traveling to a whole bunch of different states, Virginia specifically. Abraham Lincoln's grandfather, named Abraham himself, was killed in an Indian raid and attack in Virginia, and the family moved to Kentucky. Themselves, specifically a couple miles in the backwoods in this place called Hodgensville, or modern-day Hodgensville, Kentucky, in Knob Creek, where Abraham Lincoln would be born specifically. Lincoln's very, I would probably say, early formative years between when he was born to about 7 are very, very brief. Not a lot of information is known. Even Abraham Lincoln himself would openly say that, to try and make anything out of his early life can be condensed into short and simple annals of the poor. And what we do know is it really was really difficult for Abraham Lincoln at a very young age, growing up in the backwoods of Kentucky. For the first 7 years, he just did the normal poor people things. He could feel the dirt underneath his feet in the floors of his cabin that was windowless, by the way. Cold nights and cold winters, sometimes thinking he wasn't even going to survive. Instances of young Abraham Lincoln enjoying the outdoors and playing outside. Apparently there is a story of him almost actually drowning, which that's a fascinating what-if in history, saved by another young boy very briefly early on when Abraham Lincoln was about 5 years old. He would do all the things with his father. Some of the winters were very, looming or bleaky and sinister. Not very friendly, but when the spring and summers came around, it was a joyous time for Abraham Lincoln and his father, who would go out and planting and, hoeing a bunch of the fields and whatnot, dropping pumpkin seeds and corn in alternate rows. And the whole family would rest on the Sabbath, and they'd have to deal with the reality of the world. I guess is probably how I would put it. Abraham Lincoln really understood things. Sometimes it wouldn't even be raining, a river would just run through all the crops, carrying all the seeds away, and many instances like that would really make Abraham Lincoln understand the harsh realities of life, I think more so than a lot of presidents previously. He understood the harsh realities of life, and he's probably one of the more poor presidents by far in this country's history. Him, and I think that's what brought him and his future vice president, Andrew Johnson, relatively pretty close together. Abraham Lincoln himself would be a self-made man in the future, but the very early goings of Abraham Lincoln's childhood is really all over the place too. falsified deeds and whatnot, and disputes over land, because while they were poor, and Thomas Lincoln himself did have a lot of land, although only about maybe, you can say about 250 plus acres, or 250 acres or so of land, but only 30 of it was really actually capable of being used. The other was just overgrown weeds and things that would just take basically years to try and salvage for the most part. And it's just him and his family, but they would have to move a couple times. Once when young Abraham is about 2 years old, to another farm about 10 miles away, and they just kept moving a couple of times in a couple instances, and ultimately eventually will move later on, but I'll get to that in just a second. But despite being very, very poor, it wasn't like Abraham Lincoln was miserable, looked down on the world in such a negative way. I think he actually looked at the positives. It's like, the winters were cold, but he also enjoyed the Kentucky sun feeling on his face and his body. He enjoyed, the cold soil and the cold earth underneath his feet. And he was very close with his family, Sarah, his older sister, his mother especially, who he would say he owed everything to his saintly mother, who was pretty small, very plain, but very calm, very reassuring. Both his parents would be illiterate, and for Abraham Lincoln, really was very close to her, and he would just do all the normal chores that his father, was a very big man, and big in comparison to his mother, and also very illiterate as well, very stocky, very strong, and a carpenter and farmer by trade. Abraham Lincoln really did all the things that a young southern frontier young lad would basically do. Ate a whole bunch of random foods that whatever the family could hunt and find, led a coarse and plain, the clothes woven by his mother, made out of animal skin that was shot down by his father's gun, and he did the simple task: bring food, water, help chop wood, weeding the gardens, picking grapes and berries and all that stuff, and planting and seeding. Abraham Lincoln did it all, and he did it all at a very young age. By the time he was 7, he knew everything that one could really need to know in a routine, basically planter, and a planter lifestyle. The family moved from place to place in Kentucky, a lot of it with his father, Thomas's dealings in land, with problems with land titles and whatnot. So they would move from basically place to place, and really did everything within the actual community that they lived in near God, what is that place called? Where they built the log cabin, Hodgensville. And they basically just did everything there within the community itself. And when Abraham Lincoln, who was not big enough, along with his sister Sarah, to do, the more physically demanding tools that require strength and capabilities and the long, hard days, Abraham Lincoln would actually go to school, at least in the early goings. At the very least, he learned his ABCs with some teachers who had passed by. But his entire family really was part of the entire community of Hodgensville, and they had joined the Baptist Church and really participated in what would be known as civic affairs, but not like in any sense of like we're going to be justices of the peace. No, they really just participated in juries and really helped guard prisoners in jail and help build roads and little things like that. They participated in the public service of their community because they were really a part of the community until around 1815. Things started getting a little bit strange, unfortunately, for the Lincoln family. These land titles kept coming into question, unfortunately, for Thomas Lincoln, Abraham's father and mother, and it really just became a real big issue. He kept losing land left and right, a bunch of acres, and it became a really big issue in terms of litigation for quite some time. When the fourth or fifth time that a suit was filed, he basically just decided, screw it, we're going to Indiana, and basically decided he was going to uproot his entire family. And it's a little bit different there with titles and whatnot in Indiana. You can actually purchase it straight from the government, and there's going to be no disputes over there. So for Abraham Lincoln and the entire family, deciding in the middle of winter in December of 1816 that all the possessions, everything they have, they were going to move and travel to Indiana. Abraham Lincoln was 7 years old in 1806 when they built their permanent home for the time being in the permanent cabin that Abraham Lincoln was going to be living in for quite some time. They probably traveled on horseback. It's not really known how they actually got there, but they passed through many places, Elizabethtown, and reached the point in Ohio. That's the opposite of Troy. They took this ferry all the way to the Indiana shore, and they trekked through the wilderness to some spots and basically settled in what is known as basically broken country and unexplored territory of the Indiana Territory. Was quite big, and they just decided, fuck it, we're gonna settle there. And Thomas's father, with Abraham trying to help as much as he could in the dead of winter, basically built the shittiest cabin that they possibly could in the quickest way that they possibly could. It was this open cabin with just the open door with the winter kind of blazing through, and basically the only thing that really kept them warm was keeping a fire lit, which is probably not good for breathing, etc., etc., but they managed it, and they managed to survive, and they managed to settle the family in the Indiana Territory finally. The move to Indiana is actually a little bit fascinating when you actually really look into it. There's like 2 or 3 reasons. The big reason why ultimately they moved to Indiana. Obviously, the first is the reality of, much more clear land titles and land difficulties, more accountable land titles and land difficulties, but also too financial opportunities. His father was not the most financially lucrative person or liquid person, but he was financially lucrative enough to purchase land himself and purchase a lot of land instead of renting. And above all else, they settled in the area because Indiana was a free, non-slave holding territory specifically. So, which is why when they moved to the Hurricane Township, which is now known, which is Perry County, Indiana, Abraham Lincoln and his father basically built their life there, and they would continue to build their lives there. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit tongue-tied right now. Abraham Lincoln was getting big. He was getting tall. Around 9 or 10 years old. He's reaching the height of his own father. And he'd be able to see all the woodland critters. Sorry about that. That's surrounding the Indiana Territory that they're currently in. Raccoons, squirrels, deers, panthers, wildcats, bears. He saw all and saw every single one of them going to the rivers, ducks, geese, all the wild fowl that he can see. And he really enjoyed the Indiana Territory and enjoyed the freedom that once summer hit and the spring hit, things for the entire family were actually looking positive, and Abraham Lincoln was able to do much more than just basically really do nothing. He was actually able to help work and really help to become much more of a stable man with his family, while the early goings of his life that would influence in the future, being a free man, no slavery, etc., and the hardworking capabilities that he will exude throughout his entire life, and the capabilities to deal with pain, stresses, and all that really begin here, I would say, when he's in the Indiana Territory. That first spring, Abraham Lincoln remembers incredibly well, the spring of 1817. Abraham Lincoln, he's about 8 years old, but he's starting to become a big lad. His father, despite being very strong and broad, big barrel-chested person, he's not a really big individual and tall individual. He and his sister Sarah had basically did all they could to hack out basically some land to clear for some crops, and really just cut trees down with their axes, planted about 17 acres of corn and wheats, oats, raised sheep and hogs, and whenever the yields were not too great for the entire family, the children helped gather berries and nuts and found bee trees where they would smoke them out and basically bring their axes to hammer down the tree itself and get all the honey that they possibly could. Abraham Lincoln himself would sometimes hunt in order to compensate for the lack of nutrients and food that the crop yields were not, basically bringing. they were making a pretty good life for themselves. Things were going to be very difficult, but for the most part, things were looking up at the very least in the early goings for the Lincoln family by 1817, in the summer of 1817. Lands were being purchased and verified by Thomas Lincoln with the government of Indiana, which was slowly, I believe, becoming a state. Remember, it's 1817 at this current point. The War of 1812 is behind us, and we are in the thick of the presidency of James Monroe himself. Things were looking good for the entire family. More family had actually come to live with them. Nancy, Abraham's mother's family, uncles, aunts, a whole bunch of them migrated to from Kentucky to Indiana to come join them and live with him there, and basically had a couple camps there for quite some time. And for 2 years, things were looking very, very good for the Lincoln family until, unfortunately, the summer of 1818, this dreaded disease known as milk sick. Basically, what ends up happening in milk sick disease, is when the cattle start eating this white snake root. It's this weird, I guess you could say, root in particular. That when the cows eat it specifically, it basically toxifies the milk. I don't know the entire process of it, but it makes the milk poisonous to people who basically drank it. And a lot of pioneers actually knew about it, but a lot of people who specifically who were immigrating from other states to this country, to new states and new territories like Indiana, didn't really know about it. And when it hits in a big, I guess you could say, epidemic in 1818, it started affecting some of the cattle. Unfortunately for Nancy, Abraham Lincoln's mother, she did not know about it, drank some, and she was not a very big and healthy person, so she was immediately susceptible to it. And unfortunately, the closest actual physician and doctor was about 30 miles away, which would have taken like 3 days at that time probably to find them and to actually get word and get treatment for her. And she got sick, and and for several days, Abraham Lincoln and Thomas knocked on a whole bunch of different people's doors who could offer any help whatsoever. And unfortunately, Abraham Lincoln's mother, Nancy, someone who he truly loves and cares for, and really is the emotional center in a lot of ways for Abraham Lincoln, will die when Abraham Lincoln is about 9 years old. The death of his mother, which took place on October 5th, I believe, was incredibly difficult on the family for numerous reasons. First and foremost, they couldn't really put a place for the body, unfortunately, so while Nancy was dead, they basically all stayed together in the same room with Nancy's dead corpse, unfortunately, for a little bit, not a long time, obviously, but, for a couple of days while Thomas and Abraham Lincoln put together a rude coffin and buried her with all the funeral preparations within the forest in the woods near their home. She'd be buried beside the sparrows and whatnot of the woods. That was very difficult for everybody. And it's difficult for anybody, but it really hardens you a little bit, and really hardened Abraham at a very young age. And the entire family experienced difficulties for the better part of a year, I would say, after her death. Excuse me. And it was very difficult. Sarah was about 12 years old around this time. She attempted to do all the things that the influence of a woman and the ability of a woman at the time, Sorry, I know I'm not trying to be, sexist, but, it was very difficult. The men were outside, Abraham and Thomas, hewing away at the forest, tending to whatever crops they could, and hunting and trying to supply all the water and the food for the substance for the family, while Sarah was taking care of the house, sweeping, cooking, mending all the clothes, and doing everything that she probably could in order to keep the house up, whatever size their house was. And unfortunately, they almost really sank into depravity to a severe point. This was a very hard year for the Lincolns, at least until Thomas Lincoln went to Elizabethtown, Kentucky. On December 2nd, he met a young in early winter, I guess you could say, of 1819. Thomas would go to Elizabethtown, and where he would meet a young lady named Sarah Bush Johnston, who was a widow who also had 3 children herself. She was very tall, and she owned a lot of stuff that would be used as a dowry. And ultimately, she's like, "Hey, Thomas, you want me to be your wife?" He's like, "All right, cool. I need a wife." Anyways, they get married very quickly on December 2nd, and she, along with the other kids, would bring their children to Indiana to join Abraham and basically become one very big happy family in a very small cabin. One would think that this would just devolve into chaos, but quite the opposite happened quite fascinatingly. In total, there would be 8 people living there. Thomas and Sarah, Abraham Lincoln's new stepmother, whom he would affectionately call Mother for the rest of his life, and 6 total children who would be his step-siblings. She really brought structure to the entire house, really kept people in line. She was very, very domineering. And I think the big problem with Thomas as a father, he's not a very structured individual. He kind of just does things, and he might be good in some aspects, but it's terrible in other aspects. That's not very conducive for, a parenting, I guess you could say. And this would actually really affect their relationship. I mean, Abraham would learn so much from Thomas, but they wouldn't have the greatest relationship, father-son relationship by any stretch of the imagination. I think Thomas probably worked him a little bit harder than necessary, and I think, unlike most fathers, and most presidential fathers, I might add, they tended to want better things for their children, and I don't know if Thomas felt that specifically the same way. In fact, his relationship with Sarah, his new stepmother, was really beautiful, really brilliant. She was basically everything and adored her in every sense of the way, and called her his angel of a mother. And she was actually the biggest reason why Abraham Lincoln even got any semblance of an education. She wanted education and the ability to progress as individuals within this country. So she pushed all her kids, and especially young Abraham, to pursue more of an education and basically do more schooling a few more weeks out of the year than he usually would be able to get. Sarah gave Abraham Lincoln many books. He was able to read, and in fairness, Abraham Lincoln's school education, for the most part, at the very least until he was about probably 15, 16 years old, was overall probably less than a year. Overall, it was very sporadic. Education in Indiana was very unknown. They would call these schools blab schools, because the pupils and all the students would study aloud in order that the master might measure their diligence from the volumes of the Babel, I guess you could say. Long, complicated stuff like that, but schools were basically like teachers would kind of just come to town who had meager educations and would be willing to teach some people, etc., only for a few weeks at a time, whatever, was kind of just like, hey, I'll do this contract for like 2 weeks and I'm outie, that's just how it was. But thankfully, Abraham Lincoln learned enough and was able to read and really, really pushed himself and really educated himself in any way that, in any and every way that he could. And like I said, his mother gave him a bunch of books, some of her favorite books, Aesop's Fables, The Pilgrims, Robinson Crusoe, that he would read like mad constantly, because she understood Abraham Lincoln and understood that he had little use for farming, and that she wanted him to develop an intellect whenever he could. And she loved Abraham as much as her own children too, and he and his older sister Sarah really enjoyed having a much bigger family. It wasn't as dowry or negative as it was before. Times were very difficult, though. Even in the frontier life, Abraham Lincoln would basically be living in poverty still, farm chores, hard work. Although the cabin, over the couple years that they would be in the beginnings of Thomas and Sarah's relationship, as their marriage grew, he installed hardwood floors, fixed the roof, put actually windows within the cabin itself, and made it a much more hospitable and livable place. And for Abraham Lincoln, life is kind of what books and modern media would kind of put for him, and as him growing up as a young teenager, which is just, him doing yard work, him being considered lazy, even though that's not really the right word to put it. Who wants to put in 12 hours a day working? He's not like Thomas. And, reading by the fireplace with candlelights, a lot of the books, Aesop's Fables, whenever he can. And that was his life until he was about 17 years old, specifically. And I know I'm kind of fast forwarding through Abraham Lincoln's life, but a lot of us kind of have an understanding of, Abraham Lincoln. But for the most part, this is just to understand the things that make him Abraham Lincoln and why he's very strong and good. He has a very good emotional structure and a very strong and hard work ethic built from his father and from his mother, specifically both of them being the emotional structure of who he is as a person. Abraham Lincoln really doesn't change that much. He's just who he is. And ultimately some things might change in life, but his foundation is set, as I'm trying to say, during his childhood. And when he reaches 17 years old, life will start to change for Abraham Lincoln in a very brilliant way. By the time Abraham Lincoln was 17 years old, I think Quincy Adams is president during this time. It's around 1826. Life would really start changing for young Abraham Lincoln. Once he was about 16, 17 years old, he went to work on a ferry boat. He enjoyed the river and went up and down, loading farm produce down the river from his family's and other people's for the most part. He would basically be a log splitter and do all the chores. He would explore Indiana as a territory and as a state at this point. The state was growing rapidly with many more families settling since the Lincolns had settled. And he really enjoyed people. He enjoyed talking to people. The stories of young Abraham Lincoln kind of just being, not really changing, because he always loved to tell stories. That's just how he is and who he was for the most part. Understand, Indiana, it's still frontier territory. People drank a lot. People swore. Revivalist religions, etc., which he shunned. He's not a big religious individual, but I wouldn't call him, atheistic or someone who isn't a deist kind of thing. He's just basically someone who's, I just want to enjoy my life, fam. Let me be me, you know what I'm saying? Which I think a lot of people, when they read about Abraham Lincoln, tend to, recognize with in a lot of ways. He tested everything, barn raisings. He did quite a lot. He was becoming a bit of an entrepreneurial kind of individual, and he would enjoy the events within the county and within the community itself. He wouldn't be helping his father as much because their relationship would be very strained. His father, he was a good father up until probably the latter years of Abraham Lincoln's teenager years, when Thomas saw Abe to be much lazier than his youth, in which case he would start beating him, little things like that. The relationship would be irreparably damaged, which it also became difficult for Thomas too, because Abraham Lincoln was becoming a man. By the time he's 17 years old, he's very tall, very broad, and very strong himself. He was very robust, with despite a very lean frame, very strong in every part, especially his arms. I want to make that point very clear. But he would enjoy basically life. He was very close to his older sister Sarah, but also his stepbrother and family friend, or not family friend, his cousin Dennis Hanks, and he and Dennis would basically go around to the local training center to a couple different villages, mainly Gentryville, which is 1.5 miles where the Lincolns had lived. He spent a lot of time there, spinning yarns, talking quips, enjoying humor and stuff, and drinking, enjoying the late nights, and really was someone who just wanted to enjoy life. He was a bit of a free-spirited individual who really did everything, wanted to learn as much as possible. And I think, for a couple years, from 17, 18, 19 years old, Abraham Lincoln wanted to see what the world was like out there. But before Abraham Lincoln could travel, could really explore the United States, family was first. Family was always first, and he always had a duty to his family, and did everything for his family to the best of his ability. he would work as a freelance worker, and at times, sometimes his own father would rent out his son's work. And a lot of people really liked him because he was hardworking, but he always got this reputation for being someone who was a little bit lazy because they preferred to read. And if he was rented out to a whole bunch of different farms, plowing fields, he would basically just bring a book with him and read in between, basically plowing lines within the ground itself to allow the horse to breathe. And, he did all the things for his family in terms of the writings, the readings, etc., etc. He basically wrote every single letter for his family. He was the person who was in charge of all of that stuff. And it's kind of fascinating for someone who really didn't have any education whatsoever to be as intelligent and capable as he was. It's really a testament to Abraham Lincoln himself. He enjoyed making people laugh. He was someone who was really good at mimicking people and could really, just pantomime individuals and make people laugh from their bellies and just fall on the ground laughing. That's just kind of the kind of person he was. When he was not being rented out, he worked on a ferry, and got to travel up and down the Indiana, Anderson Creek specifically, which comes through the banks to join Ohio and the nearby town of Troy. And he would always join in any ferry that he possibly could, working with the steamboats, etc., etc. Got to see a lot of travelers, got to meet a lot of people. And he worked specifically with James Taylor. Abraham Lincoln got a job as a helper there when he first was 17 years old. And he basically got nothing. He was basically getting like 30 cents a day and very, very, very poor work. But for the most part, it was very leisurely. It was very awesome. And he got to travel and really work on things that he was never able to work with. I mean, you have to imagine someone who's worked a farm the entire life to work with technology in a lot of ways, steamboats especially. And Abraham Lincoln really enjoyed it and really was enamored by a lot of it. When the steamer would just take off and come back and forth, and this is around the time Andrew Jackson's going to become president too, so I just want to keep that in mind. But for Abraham Lincoln, this is a very brilliant opportunity for it that he really enjoyed, despite the poor work that he was basically given. And he would do this for really a couple years. I felt a little bit wanderlusty, for a couple years, as he was contracted by several other people to go basically do steamboat rides all over the rivers. I think he did everything. He did everything around his town. He worked at the local general store, the local blacksmith, sold firewood, little things on the steamboat ship. Probably brought that up before, but he got a brilliant opportunity when he was 19 years old. A local businessman named James Gentry, he hired Lincoln and his cousin Hanks to pilot a flatboat. It was loaded with a whole bunch of different provisions, random things that they were going to be able to sell to New Orleans. And from then on, Lincoln basically was just like, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. I want to travel the country and get this opportunity. And he really took it in stride. And going all the way down from Indiana down the Mississippi or the Ohio River, to the Mississippi River to New Orleans. Sorry, I get my rivers mixed up. And during the actual boat ride itself, just very briefly, they were accosted and really almost attacked by, a group of black men. And they were stopped along the way, although they basically fought them off to keep a lot of their provisions. The journey itself was really beautiful for Abraham Lincoln. He got to see a lot of the country, the beautiful wilderness, sights he has never seen before in his life. And when he got to New Orleans, man, it was magical for young Abraham Lincoln to see, the city, the sights, the Battle of New Orleans, everything that happened there and the history that was there. He was a big avid reader of, whenever he could, on American history, and if not American history, the Bible as well, too. I want to point that out. He wasn't an unreligious individual. In fact, he probably studied that more than anything else, because that's probably the one book they owned, it's the Bible. But he really enjoyed his travels, for the most part, and that journey to New Orleans really showed him what is out there, the possibilities that are out there. He also saw the large number of slaves that were auctioned down there too, which really, put pushed forward the anti-slavery ideas for Abraham Lincoln. He saw that as a horrible thing. And then when he came back up from the South, back up to Indiana, more contentious issues with his father, because I think he ended up getting about $25 to $30 from that entire journey, which is more than he ever got in his entire life. And his father's basically like, boy, gotta give me that money. Cause I'm technically speaking, you work for me and stuff, yada yada. Legally bound to do so, I guess you could say. And Abraham Lincoln basically just gave his father the money, and he was very, very resentful for the most part. He's like, I did this journey, I sold all this timber, etc., and you're gonna take this away from me, father? And really was just from this point on, the relationship would in a lot of ways be irreparably damaged from this point on. Ultimately, he would just spend the next couple years of his life really just resenting his father, and really just begrudgingly still doing a lot of the stuff that he was still going to be doing, working as a blacksmith, doing the whole ferry thing, and really just trying to make money and support him and his family and do all the things that he's supposed to do. He was still a good son, and his mother really was there for him a lot of the times and really defended Abraham Lincoln against his father, who was basically just a dominating and domineering individual who, in his perspective, just saw things in the way that he was going to raise his family, and Abraham just thought differently. And, issues would just continue to rise, and Abraham just grew more and more resentful, and at one point just stopped giving him money, and the relationship at times was just contentious. Anyways, a lot of it, and understandingly so, was to pay off a whole bunch of loans, payment for all the acres of land, and getting all the titles for all the land that they basically acquired in Indiana to basically make more money, have much broader land, more acreage, although eventually, late 1828 or 1829, they would effectively end up trying to sell their titles and their land for a lot of reasons, ultimately because of the, I guess you could say, milk sick outbreaks that were continuing to happen in Indiana, and he was just... the entire Lincoln family was just like, we're going to move to Illinois. We're going to do that, and we're just going to just dip, fam. And Abraham Lincoln was very independent by this time, and he really could have just set out on his own. But a lot of reasons ultimately why he stayed for the initial goings of his family was to, really just be with his mother, make sure the family was okay, besides his own well-being, and also because he wasn't fully established as an independent individual. So on March 1st, 1830, once, a lot of the family ends up getting kind of sick about them, and then seeing the reports about what's going on in Illinois and seeing that there might be an opportunity there for Illinois, they blow up all their belongings on a whole bunch of wagons. They have a couple horses by this time. And as Abraham Lincoln is really becoming of age, by this point he's about where he is in height-wise, 6'4", big, strong young man. They set out for Illinois. Early on in 1830, the Lincoln family had arrived to Macon County, Illinois, north of the Sangamon River, where they basically cleared land, planted crops, and for a couple days lived under the moonlight and the stars, while Abraham and Thomas had built a cabin about the size of their old cabin for the most part, and really attempted to just get Illinois ready while working out some more paperwork, I guess you could say, with, land disputes, etc., and getting the title for the acreage of their land. And from this point on, Abraham Lincoln goes and tries to find work. He finds Illinois quite different, a little bit fascinating compared to Indiana. He ends up building another second flatboat that's going to be used for going down the Mississippi River to make more trips up and down the river, as he's really becoming much more of an independent person. He really rarely helps his father doing anything with the family, I guess you could say, in terms of just farming, I guess you could say. And when he was home, he would take care of his family. The family was constantly sick sometimes due to them moving to the Illinois Illinois territory. Not a lot of doctors there, and a whole bunch of different afflictions just from eating new foods and stuff like that. They're not used to it, and they're not. Let's just be honest. It's not the cleanest thing to be a part. When you think of just how people went to the bathroom even back then in the frontier days, it's kind of horrifying. But same exact thing, unfortunately, for Abraham Lincoln and his family, that they're going to be subjected to a lot of the things that are going to be coming on there, and especially the really, really, really cold winter. It was a very hard winter, raging blizzards that did not 3 feet deep almost, and then more rain and snow. That was a very, very hard winter, the winter of 1830, that the Lincoln family really suffered through. And being with his family, the disputes, the arguments, the fights with his father would not stop. And once the winter cleared up, Abraham Lincoln decided he will set out on his own, that he's going to be his own man, as Thomas Lincoln wanted to move his family to a much more appropriate spot in Coles County, Illinois. But Abraham Lincoln said, I will not do this. I will not do this, and I will set out on my own. And Abraham Lincoln decides he's going to be his own man. And as he prepares for a second trip to New Orleans, behind Denton Outfoot, who's going to basically give him a whole bunch of stuff to send to New Orleans. This time he was going to make his own money. And Abraham Lincoln, truly, by 1831, was an independent man. Lincoln out on his own and preparing to go down south under Denton Outfoot. Denton Outfoot is going to be a very energetic businessman who's actually going to give Lincoln a bunch of opportunities. And he gives him the opportunity to sell a bunch of his products, pork, corn, just hogs in general, down to New Orleans to be sold at the markets down there. And in order to do so, he ends up going to first to establish himself in a town. In the nearby town, which is also ironically the largest town within Illinois by this point, is Springfield, which is going to be the state capital of Illinois, by the way. And ultimately, goes down the river along with his stepbrother and Dennis Hanks, his cousin, and ultimately gets log jammed, I guess you could say. His boat gets log jammed after about 20-30 miles down from Springfield, where it gets caught up in the little small village of Salem. Salem's going to be a very big village, I guess you could say, a big part of Abraham Lincoln's life. And people cheered. They all saw this big 6'4" man try to get out of the predicament and succeed in saving a lot of the livestock and a lot of the things there. And basically go all the way down to New Orleans and sell everything for the profit that they ended up getting. By the time he returns, Dennis Outfoot gets so impressed with Abraham Lincoln and his capabilities from just doing the job through all the trials and tribulations, a job running the general store that he was building in New Salem. Abraham Lincoln was basically just excited. He was prepared, and Abraham Lincoln came back to town after doing another trip, I believe, back down to New Orleans, really anxious to begin a new life in the small town of probably maybe a couple hundred people of New Salem, Illinois, in late 1831. Once in New Salem, Abraham Lincoln really enjoyed himself. He really enjoyed the entire community. It's a very small community, probably hovering around about 25 or so families, doing a whole bunch of different things that he had known while in Indiana. Square dancing, house raising, quilting, shooting for beef. Abraham Lincoln, even in this small community, was making a fascinating name for himself. He basically was just this really tall, 6'4", probably pushing like 200-pound, lanky but really strong young man. He had a bit of a southern twang to it. Even for a frontier town, this is drastically different. And really made a name for himself for just him helping out in the community, being fun, easygoing. People just loved hanging out with Abraham Lincoln, and also standing up to the town bullies, etc., etc. There's this guy. His name is Jack Armstrong. He's his leader of this group known as the Clary Grove Boys. Rowdy, just kind of like douchey people in general. And Abraham Lincoln just saw them basically picking on some people for the most part, a little bit of drunkards, and he's just like, hey, y'all shouldn't do that. Abraham Lincoln, or the guy, was like, what you gonna do about it? The leader was this guy named Jack Armstrong. He's like, well, let's go and fucking do this and shit. Basically decided they're gonna go and wrestle each other. People were seeing this, betting a whole bunch of alcohol, knives, money, everything that they could, and it depends on some recordings and how you look at it, but Armstrong won, barely, with an illegal move, but Lincoln basically was just like, alright, okay, you beat me, and whatnot, and basically Jack Armstrong, the leader of these Clary Grove boys, were basically just like, you're strong, you're a good man, alright, and we won't mess with you, respect, you know what I'm saying, respect for each other, and basically everyone from this point on was like, damn, Lincoln's pretty cool, man. You know, Lincoln's kind of just a badass at this point. In fact, later on, Abraham Lincoln and Jack Armstrong basically just became pretty good friends, visit each other every now and then, etc., etc. Like, that's just kind of like person and personality Abraham Lincoln is. He's just, people like him, people gravitate towards him. It's no wonder why he ends up becoming president and the Republican nominee. You know, it's really fascinating because he's basically just creating himself, this persona, unintentionally. This is all natural Lincoln. And in New Salem, first time in his life, 21, 22 years old, really becoming himself, an independent young man, making money for himself. Because most of the money that he got when he was much younger went straight to his father, like I had said before. Most of it, everything that he worked for, mostly went to his father, unfortunately. Sorry, throat's killing me. And you know, he's really an independent man. He helps build the store in New Salem, and basically, you know, does everything that an independent person should. Notably, the first time he actually would vote in his life, I think it might be for the town mayor, but back then, you know, it wasn't like, I'm going to do a ballot box. He orally said it to the election clerk there for the most part. And while he's helping build the outfit store, he's working at the local mill for several months, chopping wood, doing all the stuff that makes Abraham Lincoln, you know. And once the store is built, he would sleep in the back room, help out with the blacksmith, the grist mill. It basically hauled freight up and down the river as well, and really became close with a whole bunch of different families. Notably, the Rutledge family. They had one of the first families to actually settle in New Salem, and had a tavern there and a store that they owned, and he would also occasionally work there as well. He worked for everything for the most part, including clerking for also the local election board, where a lot of his personality came in, and a lot of people really enjoyed him. He was very popular with the homeboys, you know what I'm saying? He's basically vibing with the guys every Saturday, chilling, talking about stories, talking about local affairs and whatnot. Nothing really about politics, I guess you could say. He was not really a politically engaged individual, ironically, at the very early goings of his life. Things were good. This is the middle of the Jacksonian Revolution, I guess you could say, that's occurring right now. Ladies, though, it's a little bit different. He's very, very bashful. Ladies loved him. Don't get me wrong. He was very popular, but, you know, when he was around the ladies, he would always have to change himself a little bit, really tone down his attitude, his humor. It was always very proper, you know. A lot of people, I guess you could say, loved Abraham Lincoln. You know, the first couple years, some people would say in some quoting, I might want to just add, that they said he was like a piece of floating driftwood in those first couple of years in New Salem. And he really was. You know, he was really feeling things out, really vibing, and people really just loved him. He did everything that he could, and I think above all else, what really showed for Abraham Lincoln in New Salem was he was hardworking, he was capable, and above all else, a very intelligent and analytical mind, one that is very unique and one that is very strong and determined. He continued his schooling in New Salem, by the way. Occasionally, this guy, he was the town schoolmaster, Mentor Graham is what some books would call him. He basically taught Lincoln occasionally, regularly, really basically just tested him specifically, gave him a whole bunch of different books. Basically, at this point, Abraham Lincoln is one of the few literate people within the town itself, and he's helping teach people as well. And really reading every single book that he can get his hands on. Most notably, some Shakespeare, Robert Burns. Also, I believe the town's justice of the peace actually lent him a copy of the revised laws of Illinois, and also Blackstone's commentaries, and basically just started what effectively will become a law career for Abraham Lincoln, as he's really diversifying his intellect in a whole bunch of meaningful ways. There's also a debate club and debate society within New Salem that he actually would quickly join, polishing his skills on how to actually communicate with people specifically. Which is just great for him, because he could always tell a story, and for him to actually eloquently explain his abilities, I guess you could say, or explain his purpose, explain stories in a particular way. And it's just fantastic for him in a debating way, and specifically just for his future career as a lawyer. Things were looking up for Abraham Lincoln. He actually ends up really going into business with the outfit man who's helped him build the store for the most part. He actually purchases some shares of the store itself, although despite the booming economy, he's not doing too well himself. The store isn't doing too well. He's going to eventually sell those shares over time, but for the most part, working at the store, which really is like the hub of the community, he gets to know everybody. And not only does he get to know everybody, he gets to know all the problems. He gets to know all the issues within the actual community and what's going on locally, and even, statewide itself. And one of the issues would be the Sangamon River, basically just trying to improve it. So, it's going to be easier navigation, which is really going to help, the little town of New Salem prosper in terms of trade and, just travel in general. And, for, like I said, things are going pretty fast for, big Abraham Lincoln. And a very popular person, he decides he's going to try and do something pretty rash for a young, basically 23-year-old at this point. He's going to throw his hat in the ring for the first time into the political sphere. And Abraham Lincoln, in 1832 March, is going to announce his candidacy for the Illinois State Legislature. Yet, for Abraham Lincoln, things would not be that simple. War would break out, specifically the Black Hawk War, as I had briefly talked about with Andrew Jackson, and it would really occur in the Midwest, specifically, obviously, for Abraham Lincoln, since he's going to be there. And Abraham Lincoln and the town of New Salem in particular, saw this as a really interesting opportunity, and Abraham Lincoln wanted to defend his community and also get some excitement in his life. A lot of these men just want to do things, I think, I just want to point this out. I think it's really fascinating. I think, if we didn't have cell phones and iPhones today, and TVs and video games and all the media and books that we have, I think we would probably all be doing the exact same bullshit that they did back then. So I just want to make that very clear. I just think that's how a lot of conflicts ultimately start. Sometimes it's just boredom, to be quite honest with you. But for Abraham Lincoln, he would enlist. He would enlist as I believe a militia/volunteer. It's kind of complicated. But anyways, he's a popular mad lad, and people liked him. His military regiment did not like discipline. They were not a very disciplined group of men, but they all loved and respected Abraham Lincoln enough to basically make him the captain of the entire regiment, which I think is really interesting, because I think that the Jack Armstrong was his first sergeant, or something along the lines of that. And they would scour through northern Illinois and basically the bottom part of Wisconsin, trying to look for Chief Black Hawk. Abraham Lincoln saw no fighting, though. He always quotes himself saying that he would always fight mosquitoes instead. That being said, it wasn't like there was no heartbreak or roughness. In fact, he and his men specifically saw 5 men who had been slain and scalped by the Indians the day before. He mourned these men and buried them before coming back in in July, after several months of effectively just pointless chasing these people, joining several regiments and coming back in and out of the military group, ultimately failing to try and find Chief Blackhawk. But he comes back. A much different man, much more prepared, much more capable, because he realizes he's still trying to go for the state legislature. So he campaigns heavily. He goes to a couple different counties as quickly as he possibly could, but it's just too little too late. Unfortunately for Abraham Lincoln, he does not win. In the town of New Salem, he ends up overwhelmingly winning, like 95% of the vote or something crazy like that, but still, that's just one county, or one town in the actual county itself, and ultimately only, I think it comes in 8th out of 14 different candidates. Crazy times back then. But, despite this loss, for Abraham Lincoln, this is just the beginning. He realizes this. He sees himself as someone who's going to really do great things, I think, and I think that's really interesting. So for Abraham Lincoln, this is just the beginning. He's going to do things right. He's not going to do things as a 24-year-old whippersnapper trying to really go above and beyond and think, I can do everything and I am everything. Because he's not, and I think he comes to this realization very early, thankfully for Abraham Lincoln, and he decides, I'm going to do what every single other president has ever done. Whether or not he realizes it, I'm going to be a lawyer. So Abraham Lincoln decides he's going to start studying for the law. The story of why Lincoln becomes a lawyer is a little bit fascinating. It depends on how one looks at it. There's a whole bunch of different interpretations of the story itself, but there's one specific story that I tend to find really interesting. Abraham Lincoln, once he loses the election, gets another opportunity and basically buys a partnership in shares to another store that is eventually going to fail. The big problem with Abraham Lincoln is just the fact that he's just not a very financially, I guess you could say, there kind of person. He can do all the numbers, but he's just very laissez-faire about it, just whatever, I guess that's probably the best way I could put it. It's just indifferent. A lot of the people would buy stuff on credit that wouldn't be paid, and things would be a little bit tight, and he would actually have to cover a lot of the expenses of the store, but working several different jobs, so he wasn't there a lot of the time. But one day he was reading a book, apparently, and someone was bringing a barrel nearby, and he's just like, fuck it, I'll buy this barrel. He buys the barrel. At the very bottom of the barrel is this book called Blackstone's Commentaries on the Law of England. That book in particular, I believe, is the foundational law book of all time. Like, that's the book that you should be reading if you want to understand the fundamentals of law. And Abraham Lincoln saw that as like a sign from God and divine destiny that he was going to be a lawyer. So, 1833 comes around. Abraham Lincoln decides he's going to try and get in, I don't even want to say like specifically a government position. That's not the right way to put it, but he works as a postmaster for New Salem in particular. New Salem at this point is really growing, and by 1833 it's becoming a pretty prosperous town. By this point in time. And for Abraham Lincoln, he's working as a postmaster while doing a whole bunch of different things. A single young man doing a shit ton of stuff. He was a very busy person, which you would not say Abraham Lincoln was lazy by this point in time. The main benefit, apparently, by working as a postmaster in particular, which is fair, is that he got to see the newspapers and read all the newspapers. I believe specifically Whig newspapers. I just want to point that out. The Whig coalition was really growing, and Abraham Lincoln, when he was running for the state legislature, actually campaigned on internal improvements, high protective tariffs, a whole bunch of stuff. He was in favor of the National Bank, and he, using the newspapers, he could keep up with politics and political news. And for Abraham Lincoln, that was a big stepping stone for the young man, who was a rising star within the actual political field itself. He started making a name for himself outside of New Salem, which I think is really interesting. And Illinois was going to be knowing Abraham Lincoln very, very, very soon. Anyways, while postmaster, totally forgot, by the way, he was postmaster for New Salem. I believe Andrew Jackson, the president, had actually appointed him to that position. Mainly because Democrats didn't want that position, I guess, whatever you want to call it. While he's doing that, he's doing everything. He is studying for the law, reading every single law book that he can, the justice of the peace, whatever is giving him, whatever he can. He's studying under whoever he can. All while this is happening, he's basically chopping wood left and right, splitting rails, working as a county supervisor, and working, I guess you could say, routine legal issues for the most part, and disputes for small fees and whatnot, kind of being a mediator without the bar association and whatnot. But for the most part, things are really looking up for Abraham Lincoln. And just to add on more to his plate, he decides he's going to run one more time for the state legislature, and this time he campaigns hard. Everyone knows who Abraham Lincoln is. This tall, 6'4", ultimate Chad, I guess you could say, of a fucking president, Abraham Lincoln. Going from place to place, and Democrats even started supporting him because they're kind of just like, who the fuck is this yoked bro, man? This guy's a fucking beast. Ultimately, he wins. Just to go very quickly, he would run 3 to 4 more times. He would win in 34, 36, 38, and 40. And he would specifically kind of come into the actual state legislature as a bit of an independent with specific and aggressive Whig leanings, I guess you could say. Obviously giving a whole bunch of credence to a whole bunch of the Whig ideas for the most part. He had no platform statement, though. He made no promises. He didn't really give a few speeches, really, for the most part. I guess you could say, and it sounds bad, but he's basically just like a do-nothing kind of politician, for the most part. In fairness, he's working and doing everything he humanly can in order to become a lawyer, while also doing all these side jobs and whatnot. And all you can really do as a state legislature, for him, at the very least, is just tell jokes, visit all the people that he can, and effectively just do what he can, for the most part. He's always quiet every time, but at the same time, he was a very compelling public speaker, which I'll get to in just a second. But while all this is happening, Abraham Lincoln, working as hard as he possibly can, ultimately will become a lawyer. He takes the bar in 1836 and passes. Sorry, I don't know why I'm blanking right now. He passes, officially gets his license in 1837, and by the time that really occurs, Abraham Lincoln is really on the rise of politics and the whole political game. Very briefly, I just want to point out, because things are going to be changing very quickly for Abraham Lincoln. I kind of forgot about Abraham Lincoln's love interests. His first romantic interest was a brilliant young lady named Anne Rutledge. Sorry. They were actually very emotionally and intimately close with each other. Anne Rutledge was the daughter of the town's innkeeper. And the two basically were very emotionally entangled. One would say they were basically together, but just not engaged, at least formally so. Unfortunately, she would get typhoid fever and die by 1835. He also, later in 1836, would meet a girl named Mary Owens, also in New Salem as well. And she would actually leave for about a year. But by the time she comes back, Abraham Lincoln kind of has second thoughts. Basically, there's a whole bunch of different reasons for it. I'm going to guess with the reality that she came back much heftier and minus some teeth. And even she was kind of just like, I'm not feeling it myself. So, things just ended amicably for Abraham Lincoln with two of those particular relationships. Once Abraham Lincoln is a part of the bar, gets his license, at least formally so, he decides he wants to effectively broaden his horizon and really go back to what effectively is one of the largest and sprawling towns within the state of Illinois, especially since he's a part of the state legislature, and moves to Springfield, Illinois. He moves to Springfield, Illinois, and begins to practice law under this guy named John T. Stewart. Once he moves there, he ends up basically being really just a kick-ass lawyer. for the most part, doing every single case that you can think of, civil, criminal, etc., really broadens his horizons. There's a couple cases that Abraham Lincoln's really well known for, most that would basically people would basically just talk about. The most notable would be the case where he basically was able to figure out someone was lying under oath because a full moon. They lied about a full moon in particular, and Abraham Lincoln's like, but it wasn't a full moon that night, yada yada yada. You know, that famous case. If you've seen any history videos on Abraham Lincoln, they'll probably tend to bring that one up in particular. I think that's really fascinating, and that's actually an even more fascinating case when you get into it. But yeah, Abraham Lincoln, he's just a growing and popular lawyer, and the more cases he wins, which he wins basically like a fucking 9 out of 10 times because he's just Abraham Lincoln, this caseload just continues to grow and grow and grow and grow. Excuse me. And for Abraham Lincoln, it's only becoming much more just incredibly promising for him as well. He's also making a name for himself in the political game as well. He's basically voted upon Whig Party lines for a large portion of his time. Doesn't really do anything, but he does one thing that makes him stand out. That's only going to broaden his horizons, I guess you could say, and push him in a particular direction. He took a controversial position by joining several other legislators out of the 83 in Illinois. 5 out of 83 opposing the resolution condemning specific abolitionists. In 1837 or 1838, I forgot which year it was, one of those 2 years, he responds to the death. See, this Illinois abolitionist and newspaper editor Elijah Lovejoy, who was killed defending the printing presses from a mob of pro-slavery citizens in Alton, Illinois. Lincoln basically just said, guys, come on, fam, you can't do that. You can't be killing people just because he's an abolitionist. You know, if you're doing this, you're destroying democracy and the rule of law, etc., etc. And when citizens use violence instead of votes, you know, you lose the path and you lose the way, which I think is, you know, words that should be said today specifically. You know, despite success, etc., etc., and I'm just going to get this point out really quickly, you know, he's still single. You know, he's nearing 30, and, you know, want to talk about one of the most eligible bachelors. There's really no one quite like Abraham Lincoln. 6'4", 200-pound Chad. Ultimately, just he's a lanky, handsome boy. You know what I'm saying? And a prominent politician at this point, and a prominent lawyer. You know, he's single. He's just busy as shit. But he still attends a lot of social functions, goes to a whole bunch of different places, dances, you know, he meets everybody in every single place that he possibly can in a whole variety of house parties, etc., etc. And for Abraham Lincoln, he meets particularly young and fascinating lady. Yeah, he goes to a dance in particular. He meets this young Kentucky belle who's got a funny laugh, and she laughs at the tall, lanky Abraham Lincoln, who she thought of him in the worst way, apparently. This lady's name is Mary Todd. Abraham Lincoln's really fixated on her. Mary Todd is a very fascinating individual. Now I'm just going to explain this on the offset and just explain, for the most part, a majority of their marriage right now and just how things go for them. They meet, and she's first and foremost, she's the daughter of a very wealthy Kentucky banker. She's basically from a slave-owning family, you know, and she's kind of a bit of a rabble-rouser in a lot of ways. You know, she's a very talkative, very independent woman. And she does a lot of unladylike things, you know. On occasion, will drink and specifically talks politics. And her entire family really was against it for the most part. her brother-in-law, this guy Ninian Edwards, whom she actually had lived with her sister, really disliked this pairing. They thought it was all physical and not really emotional. They were not diametrically aligned. They were more opposed to each other. But ultimately, one thing that ultimately brought them together was, in a lot of ways, loneliness. I think when they were both together, despite some complications throughout the entirety of the relationship, and she would be basically very difficult for him, and vice versa, throughout the entirety of their love and relationship. I will say this, you will not meet two people who are as attached to each other, genuinely and hospitably, as Mary Todd and Abraham Lincoln. To a point when Abraham Lincoln does die, she's kind of going real batshit fucking crazy. Like fucking, where's the ghost of Abraham Lincoln? Getting some fucking voodoo witches and whatnot, and fortune teller people to fucking sidekicks to communicate to the dead. Like, they're very deeply loved and attached to each other. They'll have a couple kids, but I'll explain that throughout the entirety of the timeline specifically. But the couple, they basically say their I do's on November 4th, 1842. Episcopalian family, by the way. I think both of them would effectively be Episcopalian. And then soon after, their first son, Robert, who himself was a very fascinating historical figure that I think, just cause for shits and giggles, I might just do one episode on him as well. He's going to be a very interesting politician to come up. But for the most part, that's Mary Todd and Abraham Lincoln. Now let me get back to the everyday stuff. So for his last couple years within the state legislature, he's going to leave in 1841. Abraham Lincoln is going to have, let me put it to you this way, even the best of us are a part of the whole political machinations of, life, I guess you could say. Everything's politics, am I right? Like, for instance, the election of 1840, Abraham Lincoln basically campaigned for William Henry Harrison, denouncing Martin Van Buren, specifically for voting to give free blacks, the right to vote in New York, which for Abraham Lincoln, especially since he had just voted against basically, or in protecting the abolitionist person, was really just specifically appealing to the racism of the Illinois voters, specifically against, black people. I mean, Illinois, for better or worse, was a very volatile and frontier, they weren't particularly slave owners by any stretch of the imagination, but, it's frontier territory, I guess is what I'm trying to say. William Henry Harrison was trying to get slaves in that particular territory. At this point, Abraham Lincoln did not specifically favor citizenships for the rights of blacks. And it doesn't help that his wife's family are slave owners as well. So there's a whole bunch of different things and a whole bunch of different reasons, which is why, things like this, I'm just like, he's going to free all of them literally in about 23 years. So, it's just really, really fascinating. Regardless, though, Abraham Lincoln is going to leave the state legislature after 1841. His first son, Robert's going to be born, and he's basically going to have to really start making some money and really start becoming a prominent lawyer and a prominent person. So he leaves public life for more of a private one, really focusing on law and focusing on supporting a family and really starting a family. This is a very blessed time for Abraham Lincoln. He's having his kids, and life is really good for the entire family. And they're all basically just happy with one another. And he and Mary Todd could not truly have been any happier for the most part. They bought a house in Springfield near his office, and Mary Todd actually had some servants and some relatives come and stay with them. Abraham Lincoln was a very affectionate father and a very affectionate husband when he was home, when he was capable of being home. And he would always do his best to be home. Biggest reason why he ultimately ended up leaving the state legislature was just so that he could actually be a father. He could have a bunch of kids. Robert Todd would be the oldest and the only one that would live to maturity. There would be Eddie, his second born in 1846. He would die in 1850. Unfortunately, Willie was the third one. Died of a fever at the White House, unfortunately, 1862. That one was very hard. And the youngest would be Thomas. And Thomas would actually survive his father, unfortunately, but he would die of heart failure at the age of 18. And he was basically just a very good parent, and not a very strict parent, I might want to add. That was on Mary Todd, unfortunately. But for the most part, life was very good. And despite the deaths of many of their kids, unfortunately, which would leave Abraham Lincoln in a very depressed state for most of his life, especially, he's surrounded by death a lot. He just is. That's just his life. And despite the melancholy, Abraham Lincoln is always able to push forward, etc., etc. And I'm getting way off topic, but the whole point is he leaves to focus on his family. Abraham Lincoln, during his brief time in private life, really, you want to talk about a person who put himself on the national scene in a lot of ways. It's Abraham Lincoln. He doesn't do anything great or specifically out of the ordinary, but he's someone who's one of the most profitable, fantastic, making a name for himself, mainly in fairness to his physical prowess of being such a large person. One of the most fantastic lawyers within the state of Illinois itself. Two of his most fantastic and fascinating cases, I think, really occurred during this time. The first being this lady, this woman in Alton, Illinois. She had actually fallen and injured her ankle and tried to sue the town for $5,000, which at that time is fucking insane. But Abraham Lincoln's like, what the hell, I'll take it. And basically somehow manages a settlement of like $1,500 with wit and humor in the town, which is basically almost puts the town in bankruptcy, unfortunately. But Abraham Lincoln's like, YOLO, whatever, fam. Like, build a better sidewalk, fam. And then the other case I just mentioned earlier about the Moonlight case, that case is actually really deeply fascinating, like I had said earlier. That case actually involved the wrestling opponent, the old bully guy's son, Jack Armstrong's son, Duff Armstrong, who was accused of murder. Basically acquits him using a farmer's almanac, showing that the defendant or the person was lying. The witness was clearly lying, and Duff Armstrong becomes freed. And Jack's like, "My man, I knew I did it right by you by actually, helping you, etc., etc." Lincoln respected the law. Above all else, he was one of the most prominent lawyers of his time, and would not take cases he did not feel was either right, whether his hypothetical client was lying, or because of moral, centers, whatever you want to call it. And like I said before, it's all politics. Abraham Lincoln would not take a case, I believe, that restricted the rights of, slaves, etc., etc., or persecuted abolitionists, little things like that, and believed everyone was just equal and free, and functionally believed in it. Excuse me. It's also around this time, too, that Abraham Lincoln's, he's kind of itching to get back into politics in a lot of ways. A lot of these guys end up doing that. And for Abraham Lincoln, he wanted to take a stab at national politics. There's actually a story, because Abraham Lincoln would also debate a shit ton of other lawyers. When he's going to the courthouse, he's meeting with a whole bunch of different prosecutors, etc., etc., and they get to talking about politics. And sometimes they'll go into the night, when they're just debating one another, for instance. And for Abraham Lincoln, he just loved to debate and loved to actually talk about ideas and whatnot. And for the most part, most of his ideas are standard Whig policies and Whig positions, which is anything that's anti-democrat in any functional way. And there's actually one story about him. He was debating a Chicago attorney, and I believe Abraham Lincoln, or I forgot where they were at. They might have been at a boarding house of some sort, and they were debating well into the night, and it actually got to the point where the attorney fell asleep. He took a nap. And the next morning, Abraham Lincoln's there, and he's ready to discuss the politics and the political gain. And the national stage. And it's a moment like that that makes Abraham Lincoln think, maybe I should just do it. I just do it. So anyways, Abraham Lincoln will run for the 7th Congressional District at the U.S. House of Representatives, basically trying his hand at national politics. He runs in 1846, and he gets the nomination. He will eventually win, and he'll win on the whole campaign of basically just not talking about the war. America, by this point, this is James K. Polk's only term. The Mexican-American War is beginning by this particular point in time. Lincoln really didn't voice his opposition towards it, but once he's finally elected, he immediately voices his opposition to the war itself, and really opposes James K. Polk in a whole bunch of different ways. A whole bunch of Whigs do, in fairness, to the clearly politically motivated war in the Mexican-American War, which it's a pretty easy position to take if you're a Whig, anything that's anti-democrat for the most part. Abraham Lincoln, once he does get the win, for the most part, he and his entire family marry, all the kids, they move to Washington into the crowded boarding house that most of the congressional members stay at, but they don't stay there long. Mary and the kids kind of get a bad reputation, unfortunately. Robert kind of being basically labeled spoiled. They ultimately end up leaving. She goes back to visit the family in Lexington, and Abraham Lincoln just basically begins and goes to work. He just fucking goes ape shit, He becomes one of the leading speakers, I guess you could say, in opposition to James K. Polk, etc., etc. Once he's in. He goes to the House floor in many speeches denouncing the Polk administration for taking the country to war by, I guess you could say, misrepresenting the situation to the nation, claiming that the conflict had begun on territory contested by the two sides. It was blatant, all that stuff, yada, yada, yada. He's doing a lot of this for a lot of reasons. First and foremost, he wants to make a name for himself for an easier re-election bid, but also just because, he really just did not like what was happening by that point in time. Abraham Lincoln, I think, in some ways, just doesn't like bullies. So I think he just saw Polk in that particular way, and I think you have to realize that, sometimes we deify a lot of these guys and a lot of these great historical leaders and whatnot. And it's things like this that, you learn about, which is the reason why I still think Washington's my number one president, is because, Abraham Lincoln's a good man. What he was able to do was fantastic. But in fairness, he was just a politician in a lot of ways and had his own political perspective and point of views. He was going to take sides on certain things, and sometimes you're not as principled as you hope to be, and it's situations like this where it's very clearly posturing in a lot of ways against the Democrats during this particular conflict and war. I should also explain, too, that this is only going to be Abraham Lincoln's time in office, actually, before he becomes the president of the United States. He's only going to be serving one term in the U.S. House of Representatives as a Whig. There's two reasons. First and foremost, his speeches, all the things that he does in order to effectively try and gain favor for a possible re-election bid in the national spotlight, in the national scene. Excuse me. Ultimately doesn't do well for him. The Democrats obviously don't like him, but the Whigs themselves are not very impressed. They actually, surprisingly, don't see him as the future of the party, as, future on. The Republicans will see him as the future of the party. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, though, ultimately, that the Whigs are kind of just losing faith in the still very young and passionate Abraham Lincoln. I don't even think he's 40 yet, nearing the end of his congressional term. And the second reason, too, is because, unfortunately for Abraham Lincoln, Illinois is two things. First and foremost, they're very pro-war, and number two, they tend to be not pro-slavery, but certainly anti-abolitionist, and a lot of the rhetoric that he's basically seeming is one that is specifically not positive for the state of Illinois. So it was always going to be a trial for him to get nominated and win specifically. So for the last year of his time in the Whig in the House itself, he's basically just trying to push a whole bunch of Whig policies, and above all else, trying to get Zachary Taylor in as the President of the United States of America. He campaigns for him, traveling really throughout several places within the North itself. Also, really, in a lot of ways, kind of pushing his name out there within the national spotlight in general, not for any House seats, because I think he sees this as happening regardless and plans to retire. But ultimately, he ends up helping win, for the most part, Zachary Taylor the election. And Lincoln decides, you know what, I'm just going to be who I'm going to be, for the most part. And in fairness to Abraham Lincoln, I think he makes a really good choice. He basically decides, I'm going to be who I am. For the last couple months of my term, before I end up leaving the House of Representatives, I'm just going to do it. You know, I'm against expansion, and I'm pretty much against slavery. You know, his record on slavery in Congress is really interesting. For the most part, he's usually pretty silent up until like the last couple months of his congressional term, during his last couple months in the Whig Party itself. And it's going to only expand from here, though, where it gets to a point where the Republicans or the Democrats see him when he runs for the presidency that he's going to take away their slaves, even though he himself said, I'm not doing that, so y'all can chill. But a lot of it really starts here, for the most part, in the national spotlight, the national scene. Because for the most part, in the national spotlight, the national scene, he's just like anti-war, etc., etc. Abraham Lincoln, everything's kind of coming into form for him. He and the family are going to be going back to Springfield, and life will resume, at least for the time being, for Abraham Lincoln. For the last couple months of Polk's presidency and the beginning part of Zachary Taylor's presidency, Abraham Lincoln's going to be going on until the midterm elections. He effectively ends up voting in favor of a whole bunch of different things. He's going to vote in favor of the Wilmot Proviso. Basically anything that's going to stop the expansion of slavery, he's going to be against. And really pushing a whole bunch of different, I guess you could say, legislation and compromise bills that are going to outlaw slavery in D.C., you know. I think above all else, Abraham Lincoln it's not that even he felt that black people should be freed, I think. By this point in time, I might want to add, but I think it's more so just the hypocrisy of it all. You know, he saw them as human beings and people, and was basically just like, y'all are pretty fucking hypocritical, owning people in the land of the free, you know? Excuse me. And for him, realizing that he's not going to get reelected, for the most part, for pissing off a lot of the Whig Party and a lot of the Illinois Party specifically, Abraham Lincoln, you know, in a lot of ways, is kind of just like, hey, Zachary Taylor, you want me to be a part of your cabinet, or maybe give me some favor, you know, because I don't want to be just a lame duck congressman. He's trying to get some positions, I guess you could say. The one that he really wants is this commissioner of the General Land Office. First off, it's a lot of money and a lot of potential future for advancement, politically speaking. Which is ironic, because he ends up losing it to a guy who didn't even support Zachary Taylor. So it is what it is. But ultimately, Abraham Lincoln decides, fuck it, I'm just going to go back home. So he comes home, and for the next 5 years, he starts a law firm with one of his buddies, this guy Herndon. The law firm of Lincoln and Herndon was basically one of the most prominent prominent law firms at that particular point in time. I should also point out, too, he actually gets asked if he wants to be the territorial governor of the Oregon Territory, but he says, nah, I can make more money instead of overseeing this large speck of land. So I just want to point out that that's really funny to me. When I mean one of the most prominent law firms, by the way, I should point out for Lincoln and Herndon, I mean, when I mean the entire state of Illinois, I mean the entire state of Illinois, from New Salem to Chicago, which is becoming a burgeoning city. He's basically part of every single, court, I guess you could say. That's not the right way to say it. He's part of all the legal courts and the legal circles, is what I'm trying to say. And, most of the state Supreme Court knows who he is. And he's really enjoying making a shit ton of money. He's working, doing a whole bunch of legal ramifications for railroads, which is there's actually one funny story about Abraham Lincoln. He had submitted a bill for like $5,000 to the railroad legal services. They only paid him $200, and he's like, "Fam, you're gonna pay me my money." And the railroad's like, "What are you gonna do about it?" He sues them in court, wins, and ends up getting paid the other $4,800 that he's owed. Little things like that. He's also principled, too. There's a couple of stories. There's one that I found really funny of Abraham Lincoln, who was paid $25 to write legal papers. Ends up giving back about $10 to the guy, who's just like, $15 is enough. You're too liberal with your money, fam. Little things like that, I think, tend to be funny for me. But it's also this time, too, the family's really growing. Mary Todd Lincoln would have their other two kids, unfortunately, as well. Eddie would be dying by this particular point in time. And, family life is really contentious for the Lincolns. Mary Todd is having struggles. After Eddie's death, she's no longer the disciplinarian, so she's basically just letting the kids run wild. And Abraham has always been melancholy. He's always been a fun-loving kind of individual. And his oldest son, Robert, actually kind of resents him in some ways because he's never home. And he's like, "Dad, take things fucking seriously, bro. God, Which I think is funny because I think Joseph Gordon-Levitt played him in the movie Lincoln. I just think it's funny. I just picture Joseph Gordon-Levitt being like, "God," little things like that. Ultimately, though, he's still basically one of the most prominent figures in the national spotlight in Illinois. Everyone kind of just like, damn, who's this tall guy? Who's this lawyer? In other states, he's making a name for himself. Excuse me. And he really wants to get back into the political game, too. There's real opportunity for him to get his name back out there within the political machine, I guess you could say. The politics of Illinois, they're really changing, and they're really changing for the better, at the very least for Abraham Lincoln. They're no longer this anti-abolitionist movement going on within the state of Illinois. In fact, it's probably coming a little bit closer to being like, you know what, we're pretty constitutionalist people. We should probably follow it and not enslave an entire race of people. Little things like that. For 5 years he does this and really enjoys private life again, making a name for himself. And there's a real opportunity, though. 1854, like I said, the state was changing. A lot of it had to do with Stephen Douglas. He was the Illinois senator who basically proposed the Kansas-Nebraska Act. Bleeding Kansas, we all know what the fuck just happened there. What I'm saying? I just did a couple episodes kind of talking about it, but not very in-depth about it. For the most part, all that stuff's happening. And he could have run for the House. He didn't. He ultimately ended up supporting one of his homeboys. This guy, what's his name? I can't think of his name right now. Richard Yates, for the House seat. And basically, I should make this a very big point. He chooses for two reasons not to run for the House. One, he likes Richard Yates. He doesn't want to take this seat away from him. And number two, which I think is the bigger reason, he wants to run for the Senate. And then the Senate seat's going to be open up in 2 years during the midterm elections. And it's going to be a very fascinating debate, because I think in a lot of ways he really wants to challenge Stephen Douglas for the Senate, for good, for the health of the nation, etc., etc. Also because I think he wants to really put his chops into basically just I'm throwing my hands in the ring. Is I guess what I'm trying to say for Abraham Lincoln. This is, I might want to point out too, in a lot of ways, is where a whole bunch of newspapers where he's basically saying, I'm going to let Yates run, etc., etc. I don't want to do anything that's going to take away from another man without his fortitude or without his consent, etc., etc. And a lot of newspapers basically said he was a powerful speaker and above all else, an honest man. Honest Abe. After a very brief run trying to run for the Senate in 1854, because the only way you could get elected, I believe, was through the state legislature. I don't want to get into it. It's a whole vote thing, ultimately, that will effectively just give Stephen Douglas the election again. He basically, for the next couple of years, goes about really becoming a Republican. That's probably the best way I can put it. From basically 1854 to 1856 to 1857. Abraham Lincoln continues his legal work. He basically struggles at times, unfortunately. The real genuine struggles for Abraham Lincoln in 1855 in particular. He ends up getting roadblock by a couple of specific lawyers. Edwin Stanton, actually, I believe. It was this major case to break the patent of Cyrus McCormick's Mechanical Reaper, and basically was shut out from the entire proceedings during the actual trial itself. It's a very fascinating case that one should actually look at. But ultimately, Abraham Lincoln was basically like, keep my eye on you. Anyways, things were changing for Lincoln and the family, specifically. They're doing renovations on the house, which I should just point out as a note. More marital disputes between the two, etc., etc. And ultimately, Abraham Lincoln really kind of coming to terms with his own political ideas, his own initial idealistic ambitions, etc., etc. Because 1854, the Whigs are dying, and he's basically just become completely disillusioned with the party itself. The Republicans are kind of there a little bit, at least the coalition's there, but not the actual Republican Party. They won't really have their first convention and meet nationally until 1856, but he doesn't join because he's kind of like, not yet, I'm not into that shit yet. But by 1856, he's like, bruh, I'm all for it, man. Because the main reason, ultimately, for Abraham Lincoln leaving the Whigs was because of the issue of slavery. It wasn't even the fact that they were pro or anti. They just never made any address or distinguishing, position on slavery. And it's like, you gotta do something. This is the biggest issue of our generation that we gotta figure the fuck out. And Abraham Lincoln is basically like, the Republican Party is doing everything I want them to do. Anti-slavery, yada yada yada. I'm good for all this stuff. I'm good for all this. So he decides and joins the 1856 Republican Convention, which is the very first national Republican convention within Wisconsin itself. And the Republican Convention nominates John C. Fremont as president. A lot of people are pushing Abraham Lincoln for the vice presidency. He's basically kind of just like, well, if you don't, you don't. You do, you do. But he really does want to actually be the vice president. Ultimately, he ends up losing to the William Dayton of New Jersey. And yet again, he's just disappointed, but ultimately ends up putting his frustrations aside and just supports Fremont, who will eventually lose to James Buchanan. Should probably just briefly talk about the Republican Party. Most of the Republican Party by this point, in the forming Republican Party, was this really fascinating coalition of former Whigs who opposed slavery. They referred to as conscience Whigs. A whole bunch of anti-slavery Democrats and the Free Soilers, for the most part. Republicans stood on the platform of stand against slavery, repealing the Kansas-Nebraska Act, prevention of any slavery in the Westward Territory, and also demanded the immediate admission of Kansas into the Union as a free state, and denouncing the Austin Manifesto, which, was annexing Cuba, whether it's through force of war, etc., a lot of things like that, just to put more slaves into as territory. Also called for federal support of internal improvements, etc., railroads to the Pacific. Basically, a lot of people kind of thought this weird coalition really wasn't going to be doing much, and I think this weird, basically fascinating party line, I guess you could say, and party platform really intrigued a lot of people, Like, first and foremost, it was basically anti-slavery. That was the big one, obviously, but it's like, okay, I can get behind some of these things, and ultimately the Republicans were kind of this, because you understand, the Republicans were like this weird third party, where it was going against the Democrats, etc., and a lot of people didn't think the Democrats or Republicans were really going to do that well, and ultimately they really, really did do very well. They won a large amount of the popular vote, a lot of the electoral college, and everyone's kind of just being like, oh, the Republicans are a thing, so that's great, and the Democrats are slowly crumbling and fighting each other internally, so that's just great for the Democratic Party. Things are changing within this country. 1858, I'm going to fast forward because most of this stuff is just Abraham Lincoln becoming a president, etc., Buchanan's first 2 years as president, how it goes. It's June 1858, and Stephen Douglas is a very prominent national political senator from the state of Illinois, and he's actually getting a lot of national prominence, which is not good for the Republicans, but ultimately, the Republicans in Illinois are trying to find someone who's going to challenge Mr. Douglas, and it just so happens that there's one particular individual that can challenge him, Mr. Abraham Lincoln. So the Republicans nominate Abraham Lincoln, and this is a very fascinating political race in particular, one where national politics kind of puts it on to the actual scene. So let me set up what's going to eventually become the Stephen Douglas and Abraham Lincoln debates. It's very, 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 very fascinating. I'll probably be, if I'm going to be honest, very brief with this, because there's a whole bunch of different things that I can go on. I can just talk about these debates for at least an hour or so in a single episode, which I probably do, because I think this is a very big moment within this country's history. Most of the time you're debating your opponent in a lot of ways through newspapers, etc., left and right. I said this in this particular campaign rally. Well, I said this in retaliation to that big campaign rally, And for this particular political race, it's very fascinating. A lot of this would actually be all over the state of Illinois, and I believe actually at one point Lincoln goes to Washington to accept the nomination to kind of put himself on the big national spotlight and stage. Anyways, the back and forth between the two, where Abraham Lincoln gives one of his famous campaign themes: "The house divided against itself cannot stand. The government cannot endure, half slave, half free," etc., And to put it plainly, the newspaper going back and forth every other day was not effective in terms of communicating, each particular individual's political ideas in a particular political response. It was not very conducive. And this is a very hot race. So ultimately, Douglas, who was nicknamed, by the way, the Little Giant, he was about 5'4", I believe, or so in height. It's funny, the dichotomy between him and Abraham Lincoln, who's hovering about 6'4". Effectively, they just decided, why not go to a couple debates? Republicans are basically challenging Stephen Douglas, and Stephen Douglas is like, let's fucking do this. I'm reluctant, but let's fucking do this. So both men decide, let's do this. So 7 debates over the course of the coming weeks for the entire election, while they're also campaigning. I might want to add you, they're crisscrossing the entire states together, effectively campaigning for their parties. Abraham Lincoln makes a name for himself in these debates, basically challenging a whole bunch of different things, and above all else, really putting Stephen Douglas in a corner, basically forcing him to advocate for specific political positions that are not very advantageous in the long run, is probably how I would put it. Look, I'm just going to go very, very, very briefly, because there's going to be a whole bunch of different things I got to get to with Abraham Lincoln. The votes were counted. Republicans had failed to win the majority within the state legislature, and Lincoln had lost basically his chance, I guess you could say, at the Senate seat. And for him, this felt like a very, very devastating loss. That being said, though, things are going to get very, very promising, and depending on how you want to look at it, very horrifying for Abraham Lincoln within the next 2 years. I'll put it to you that way. We all know what's going to happen, by the way. He's going to be president, but he's not going to be down for long, is the whole point I'm trying to make. For 16 months after his loss, Abraham Lincoln, trying to gain support for the Republican Party, and specifically in Illinois, starts going on some speaking tours, I guess one could say. To put it plainly, I don't even think he realized how much on the national stage he was. Within a month or so, basically the national spotlight had really been put on him. He had gained national notoriety, started speaking to a shit ton of northern cities all over the country, and basically just gauging the support of the Republican Party, which is slowly rising. A lot of people were kind of looking at him as a presidential candidate too at this point, and he's kind of just like, bruh, come on, let's be real. I'm not a president. I'm not fit to be president. At least not yet, I've only had one term in the House of Representatives. I probably need a little bit more work before anything happens. That being said, more places he goes, the more people start showing up to his events, that by the time he reaches New York City at Cooper Union, 1,500 people are there to cheer on Abraham Lincoln. They see this guy, he's like really lanky, his suits aren't fitting right, and then he starts talking and people just start going into thunderous applause, it sounds like Trump. I'm not gonna lie to you, it kind of does. He just goes up and he's just, hey, what's up, y'all? Making some funny jokes. It's free black people. I'm just kidding. He's not saying that. If anything, he's the most moderate person that's going to be part of the Republican National Convention, which I should probably get to. The Republican National Convention, nominating convention, is actually going to be in Illinois this year, in Chicago specifically. And this is where things in history could have been so functionally different. And I think it's really interesting. The Republican Party is still in its infancy. And if I'm just going to say it plainly, had they not chosen Abraham Lincoln, I think the Republicans probably lose this election. Despite the Democrats split, I think Abraham Lincoln was such a uniting force for the Republican Party in the North that it's only him. Maybe Fremont, but for sure, it's just Abraham Lincoln. The other candidates are not strong enough, to put it very plainly. And let me put it to you this way. Abraham Lincoln, his only opponent in the Republican National Convention that's really of note, is going to be an old friend of ours from this series. If you've heard my Martin Van Buren and even Millard Fillmore episode, probably, William Seward. William Seward, who was the governor, and I believe at that point the current U.S. senator from New York. And he was basically an abolitionist. He was just borderline uncompromising against a slavery in every meaningful way. He also was very pro-immigrant, which kind of pissed off a lot of people from Pennsylvania who were like, they're taking our jobs, Ultimately, for Abraham Lincoln, it was a bit of a tough sled because he was the national guy, the national frontrunner, the face of the Republican Party. And, for him, he's like, that's great. I can try. Let's do this. I guess. Why not? If you give me the nomination, I'll be your guy. Ultimately, it takes about 3 ballots And I think Seward just had too many complicated issues to go along with him. And ultimately, after the third ballot, Abraham Lincoln will be the Republican nominee for the election of 1860. Things are going really fast. His family's pretty mixed all over the place. Mary Todd's kind of apprehensive. The family's like, can we just go back to normal life, please? You know how it goes. But this country is going to change in a very drastic way very quickly. The election of 1860 is one of the most incredible elections within this country's history, and I'm going to do an episode on this election in particular. I'm probably just going to do an episode on all the elections, just to be quite honest with you. They're all incredible, fascinating, deeply interesting, and this election is no different. The obvious Republican candidate is Abraham Lincoln himself. His running mate and vice president is Hannibal Hamlin, the politician from Maine. He actually had a very fascinating, very long career in public office, spanning 50 years. And I'm just going to say it now. There's going to be two Democratic nominees. John C. Breckinridge, the Southern Democrat from Kentucky, perennial loser, who's going to be his vice president is Joseph Lane. He's actually a long-standing politician, actually a general during James K. Polk's time. I believe was the first territorial governor of Oregon, the Oregon Territory. Then Stephen A. Douglas with Herschel V. Johnson, one of the governors of Georgia around that particular point in time. Also, the Constitutional Union Party will elect John Bell, whose vice president is going to be Edward Everett. Let me just put it to you this way. The divisions within this country are very real. They're very powerful. And above all else, this country is divided in every meaningful way. The Republicans are the only party that's not divided. They're all united behind Abraham Lincoln, and Abraham Lincoln's the only guy that I think could really pull this off. Democrats, on the other hand, are broken. They are just broken in every meaningful way. They hold their first convention. They nominate their boy, Stephen Douglas. The South does not like Stephen Douglas. 10 states in the South do not like Stephen Douglas. And they basically say, we're going to hold our own convention. So there's a second convention that goes on, and they nominate John C. Breckinridge as a guy who's going to protect the Southern vote, the Southern slavery vote. Apologize for me being gassy. I had some curry earlier. This would be, I think, the only time the Constitutional Union Party really does anything. But for the most part, the South and the Democrats themselves are completely divided. Had they stayed together, there might have been a real opportunity for them to actually potentially win this. Stephen Douglas, I believe, was the only candidate to actually actively campaign, which is ironic because I think he actually gets the least amount of electoral votes. Put it to you this way, the coming months, things are going to be tense. People are kind of wondering what's going to happen. Oh man, they're wondering what's going to happen with this election. And then next thing you know, Abraham Lincoln's going to win. Abraham Lincoln will win the plurality of the popular vote, but the most electoral votes, 180 electoral votes and 40% of the popular vote. Breckinridge would get about 72 electoral votes, 18% of the popular vote. John Bell would win more and win 39 electoral votes with 12% of the popular vote. And Stephen A. Douglas would win 12 electoral votes to 30% of the popular vote itself. Abraham Lincoln would be the next president of the United States of America, the 16th president of the United States of America. When he leaves Springfield to go to D.C. in February, he gets word that Jefferson Davis has been elected as the president of the Confederate States of America, and the South effectively prepares to succeed. Before we get into everything, I just want to point out, on his trip there, he tries to avoid numerous times fearing assassination attempts. He basically hides, goes into several different trains, and the hostility of what's happening during this election, during this entire point in time in this country's history, it's very real. This country is going to be in civil war. Let's talk about his cabinet first before we get into everything. He has a very fascinating cabinet, and one thing you can absolutely say about his cabinet is that they are very strong-minded and very individualistic men throughout his entire cabinet. He basically is just plucking people left and right from all parts of the country to try and get people to support him in every sense of the word, in every sense of the way. A lot of these men actually tend to be are former Democrats, actually. Notably, his vice president, Hannibal Hamlin. He was the vice president of he's a senator, I believe, from Maine, Northern Democrat. Doesn't really do much. Actually, when he gets dropped, it's not like anything crazy. It's just when they choose Andrew Johnson, it's because of the Southern sympathies that ultimately help get Abraham Lincoln reelected. Most notable people, I guess you could say, would be the two positions of a Secretary of State and Secretary of the Treasury. The Secretary of Stateship goes to William H. Seward from the New York, who he ran against. Sorry, give me a second. Specifically, in order for the win of the Republican nomination. Seward's a very fascinating person. I don't even know how I feel about him, because once I was looking into him when I was doing Martin Van Buren and a bit of Millard Fillmore, he's a fascinating person. I think a lot of the stuff that he does is politically motivated, so to say. But that being said, he's on the right side of history, I guess one would say. Then his Secretary of the Treasury is this guy, Solomon Chase. He's a very fascinating individual and actually eventually be, I believe, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court for about a decade or so. He ends up being the justice that's going to be a part of the Andrew Johnson impeachment trial. He's also probably the third or fourth most probable person who could have gotten the Republican nomination during the election process of 1860. And then I think the two most important people and most prominent people, I guess you could say, would be his two Secretary of Wars, Simon Cameron and then Edwin Stanton. Let me put it to you this way. Simon Cameron was, even before he got the nomination, was one of the most influential leaders of Pennsylvania, which is a crucial state, but also one of the most corrupt and one of the laziest, and ultimately ended up really making the initial goings of the Civil War more difficult for the first 2 years than it probably should have been. And then Edward Stanton comes in, who is going to be a very prominent person for the next decade or so, and really revitalizes the war effort itself. Lincoln's going to have about, you can argue, 4 to 5 seats and appointments for the Supreme Court. They're all fascinating. He's not able to do anything for the first 2 years or so, I guess you could say, of his presidency because of, the Civil War. But ultimately, he's going to appoint 3 guys in early 1862: Noah Haynes, Swain Samuel, Freeman Miller, and David Davis. I mean, good on the parents to name him that. David Davis actually is going to be a very important figure later on in this country's history in the election of 1877. He's actually going to be, he's a fascinating person. He actually, as a senator, after his time during on the Supreme Court, he's going to be an associate justice for the better part of 15 years, and then leaves to join the Senate. This is also a point where Roger Taney, the big Chief Justice, who's going to, he'd made a whole bunch of fascinating decisions, I'll put it that way, finally dies, and then is replaced by Solomon Chase, his own Secretary of the Treasury, to replace him as the Chief Justice. This is also where Abraham Lincoln's going to help pass through with Congress to add a 10th seat to the court, which is the 10th Circuit Act of 1863, which I think is pretty interesting and pretty fascinating. It occurs around this particular point in time. You don't think about Abraham Lincoln appointing Supreme Court justices, during the times of the Civil War. You feel like everything that he does is going to be focused on the Civil War, but I'll get to that in just a second. This is going to be a very fascinating time for this country's history. What is the country like during Abraham Lincoln's presidency, before Abraham Lincoln becomes president? Contentious, divided. Everything that I said with Buchanan times 100. This country is on the brink of civil war, and it will be destroyed economically, physically, everything you could think of that's going to occur during Abraham Lincoln's presidency in the North and definitely in the South. And it should just be noted that it's pretty horrifying, to be quite honest with you. The country is still advancing in a lot of ways. Railroads are still being built. Going from East Coast to West Coast, trade is opening up. California is the big gold mine that a lot of people want to go to still, even though there's really not a lot of gold there. And for the most part, that's basically it. It's civil war. We've reached this point in this country's history that it's going to take fighting brother and brother really just to end needless suffering, I guess one could say, for the black people and the enslaved population, and to really sort out the differences that have been really just culminating up until this point, up until this moment. And I really don't know what else to say. It's civil war, and this will encapsulate the entirety of Abraham Lincoln's presidency. So I feel like this is probably just going to be a bit of a short piece that I'm going to do. And honestly, history is about to be made. What are some of the world events that occur during Abraham Lincoln's presidency? A couple of fascinating little tidbits, because you have to understand, while the Civil War is coming out in this country, which a lot of people are seeing, by the way. The entire world's kind of watching us a little bit. It's kind of fascinating to look at. Some things happen. First and foremost, Louis Pasteur, he publishes a paper basically saying germs cause disease. Not to mention, too, the Gatling gun's going to be really developed, but not really used until later of 1864. MIT is going to be a thing. Going to be found in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Dixie becomes the unofficial song of the Confederacy, which, goes along with the whole Dixiecrat, synonymous with them for the most part. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, he publishes the famous poem, Paul Revere's Ride. Friedrich Wilhelm IV of Prussia dies and is going to be succeeded by Wilhelm I. You have to understand this is going to be very big, because now a little-known man named Otto von Bismarck is going to start reuniting and uniting the Germanic states, and gives his famous speeches, Iron and Blood, because it's Otto von Bismarck. Victor Emmanuel II is also going to assume the title of the King of Italy. He's going to be the first king to rule the United Italian states in particular. Russia students start rioting and shutting down the University of St. Petersburg. A lot of student uprising, a lot of the beginnings of what would be the communist and socialist leanings. I should also point out, too, apparently Karl Marx and Abraham Lincoln had a correspondence at one point. I'm not sure. Or at the very least, there's a book that I was looking into about them. They had some similar ideals, although Abraham Lincoln's a full-blown capitalist and Karl Marx obviously isn't. It was fascinating to read part of it. I didn't really finish it, but I just want to say, I just throw that out there. Karl Marx is a thing. So, his ideas are kind of becoming widespread in certain countries. Britain. Prince Albert himself, unfortunately, he dies of typhoid fever, leaving Queen Victoria all alone, unfortunately, where she is going to be the Queen Victoria that we know today. Les Miserables is published by the French writer Victor Hugo. Monte Carlo is going to open up its first casino. Alfred Nobel is going to start his experiments with nitroglycerin. If If you don't know, Alfred Nobel is, the name for the Nobel Peace Prize, but he's also the guy who's also invented TNT, the merchant of death in a lot of ways. It's quite fascinating. Anyways, I'm sorry, I went with Otto von Bismarck. Scarlet fever starts wiping out England. A lot of things are happening in England. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think mad cow disease is going to start becoming a thing around these parts very soon, unfortunately, for quite some time. P.T. Barnum, General Tom Thumb. Basically, P.T. Barnum, the whole entire circus really starts its first goings. I don't know where. I think in Europe somewhere. The first Socialist Workers' Party is formed in Germany. You have to remember Marx is German, but that's not really going to hold any water, any steam, really, because, it's Germany. Tolstoy, he writes War and Peace, and above all else, the final thing that I would like to note, the Geneva Convention is signed. 12 nations end up signing basically the rules and treatment of prisoners of war are functionally accepted during this period of time. I should make a quick note. This isn't going to be about the Civil War, even though Abraham Lincoln's presidency directly encompasses the entirety of the Civil War, to be quite honest. And I'm probably going to go even more in depth, specifically with Grant, Ulysses S. Grant, when I get to him, the 18th president. And even then, this isn't going to be about the war. I was very brief, specifically about, the Mexican-American War, War of 1812. I plan to do a very long episode covering every aspect of the Civil War itself, and because that episode might end up being like 8 hours or however long streaming platforms will allow it, and I might actually have to break it up into chunks, but for the most part, that's the goal. Just want to make that very big and quick point. For Abraham Lincoln, getting elected from the get-go, it was always tumultuous. It was always big. It was always the moment that he was elected. His presidency, in a lot of ways, unfortunately, was doomed from the get-go. From the moment he was elected, after some time, the southern states effectively decided they're going to secede from the Union. Even though Lincoln himself really didn't want them to. He openly stated numerous times, I'm not trying to end slavery, I just don't want it to expand any more westward than it basically has at this particular point. But the South really didn't care for the most part, and just them voting in Lincoln was sufficient enough to effectively secede from the Union. And James Buchanan himself, for the last 3 to 4 months of his presidency, once Lincoln was elected, did nothing. He only made things worse and only continued to, unfortunately, expedite what effectively will become the Civil War. Understand, too, that most people, I don't think, really blamed Lincoln for the most part. He's really just the person that was the person in the middle. There's going to be a whole bunch of different sources, a whole bunch of different people, and a whole bunch of different interpretations of it, but most people would credit this war as Buchanan's war. I think a large majority of them would, which is why Buchanan and Pierce, to an extent, really were the villains in a lot of this, ultimately. And Lincoln, despite not being well-liked, it was understood that, he's basically just the chess piece in all of this, ultimately, and just the person who kind of got stuck in the middle of all of it. For Abraham Lincoln, things were going to change. The country was going to change. He was going to go into a presidency that no man is ever going to be prepared for. Even a man as capable, as great as Abraham Lincoln. I mean, the only other person I think that could have probably done anything about it was probably George Washington. And even then, that's asking for a lot. And really, kind of just comparing the two in their respective times. And that's not very fair to compare the two, to be quite honest. But both men do deserve to have their faces on Mount Rushmore. On February 11th, 1861, Abraham Lincoln said goodbye to his friends, his neighbors in Springfield. believe he was with his family, and he journeyed through several states in order to reach Washington, D.C., as 7 states had seceded from the Union. Jefferson Davis will be nominated and elected as the president of the Confederacy of the Confederate States of America. On the train ride there's a whole bunch of different potential assassination attempts that basically Abraham Lincoln had to be whisked away numerous times, basically held under cover for a majority of the train rides there. Lincoln's life already was, from the get-go, in danger in every meaningful way. It helped, too, that Abraham Lincoln, a man who never really had any real facial hair, he was always a very clean-shaven man, decided on a whim to grow his beard. A young kid once told him that your face is very thin. All the ladies like whiskers, and that, if you want to be a good man, you want to be a good president, you want to be someone that's liked, should wear a beard, effectively. So Abraham Lincoln, from this point on, will have facial hair. The famous beard that he will always be known for. And in fairness, if you see Abraham Lincoln without a beard, he is very, very thin. So, before we go into anything else, I think we should talk about, very briefly, because Abraham Lincoln's foreign policy, because the domestic policy and the domestic front is going to take up such a large majority of this entire podcast episode. And I think it's going to be, very important to at the very least explain just the background of what a lot of the European nations are doing during his entire presidency. First and foremost, Abraham Lincoln is most of his time dealing with a lot of these nations internationally, and foreign policy really is just in terms of the Confederacy, because you see the Confederacy is really the biggest trader of cotton to England and to a whole bunch of other nations. And the Confederacy does a lot of things that the North is unable to do with their manufacturing, etc., etc. And a lot of nations, they don't outright recognize the sovereignty and the independence of the Confederate States, but they also don't say that they're a rebellion either. So it's, for quite some time, it's a bit of a political ambiguity. There's even stories and a story of a ship carrying British mercantile individuals trying to establish some trade with the Confederates that doesn't go very well, and Abraham Lincoln actually captures the ship. They release the ship, but he doesn't have to apologize for anything because it's very finicky territory on all sides. And then in France, Napoleon III is invading Mexico. He's trying to capture a lot of the South American colonies, and really trying to conquer North America in a lot of ways. He's going to fail brilliantly, but that's there as well. He's actually trying to get the Confederates to kind of side with him. He's like, hey, if you side with me, I'll send some French troops to support you. And the Confederates are kind of just like, what? What the fuck are you doing, Napoleon III? Like a lot of people are kind of like that. Ultimately, though, two things ultimately end up really changing the tide in terms of the European relationship with the Confederates. And again, this foreign policy is very basic. It's very brief. But functionally, the two main reasons why the British mainly and several other nations, some of the Prussian nations, France even, and a whole bunch of other nations, because they were initially, because of recognition of, after the Crimean War of 1856, they basically, most of the European nations had tried to, I guess you could say, how do I explain it? They afforded the Confederacy the status of what is known as belligerent power, I guess you could say. Basically, it just gave them the ability, the Confederate States, to contract loans, purchase arms, neutral nations, and basically from neutral nations. I'm fucking this up. Sorry. Basically, it was just trying to establish trade without actually saying that you're a sovereign state, if that makes any sense. And that England's going to remain neutral, so, United States tries to interfere. It's not good. Two things occur, though. First and foremost, the the Emancipation Proclamation, the passing of the 13th Amendment, all that stuff. Because once this war became about, slavery and the institution of slavery and freeing the black man, socially, it was not very conducive for all these nations who were having a much more liberal, I guess you could say, governments in a lot of ways, except probably Germany, or Prussia, whatever you want to call them at this particular point in time. They're basically just like, yeah, we're not touching that with a 10-foot pole. So they effectively just back off, And above all else, the biggest reason, especially for Britain, is number one, they already had another source of cotton. They had stockpiled a lot of cotton because the southern economy was booming. For the most part, right before the precipice of the Civil War, to a point where the South thought they had a real shot, and they did. They in a lot of ways did, but ultimately, unfortunately for them, Great Britain had a big stockpile, and I think Britain found a bunch of cotton in Egypt and a whole bunch of other territories, and they're just like, well, we'll just conquer these nations and just be Britain. So and not to mention too, the United States bought a lot of European iron, Britain iron, wood, et cetera, et cetera. Excuse me. And really, the North ultimately ended up being England's great benefactor in a lot of ways, and for the most part was a lot of reasons helped them to really facilitate the war in a positive way that was going to help free the slaves and help the North win. And that's basically, for the most part, foreign policy in a lot of ways for Abraham Lincoln. 99% of Abraham Lincoln's presidency will be devoted to his domestic agenda, which I'll get to now. I think right now is probably an opportune time. Actually, before we go into the domestic policy, we should probably start with the functional beginnings of the Civil War, which really encompass even before Abraham Lincoln becomes president. So I'm sorry if I'm going back and forth, but I just want to get this right. First and foremost, Abraham Lincoln in a lot of ways did have some things to do while he wasn't president, when he was first elected. While James Buchanan is a doughface and really isn't doing jack shit because he doesn't think he really has to do anything now that he's no longer going to be president, Abraham Lincoln is effectively, during this time, really just trying to calm people's nerves, even before he gets inaugurated. Even because he ends up talking to a whole bunch of different people. He's there trying to negotiate a whole bunch of different things, notably what is known as the Crittenden Compromise, which was basically this proposed constitutional amendment that would basically protect slavery in these territories specifically. It's basically just making the Missouri Compromise just a constitutional reality in a lot of ways. And Abraham Lincoln's like, nah. And you have to understand, Abraham Lincoln at one point was, for the most part, okay with and the original idea for a 13th Amendment, which would have allowed slavery federally in just those specific states that had effectively decided to secede from the Union, or at least, the southern states. He was willing to, at the very least, allow that to happen, basically being a bit of a compromising kind of individual. He drew the line specifically at basically guaranteeing the expansion, especially and specifically of slavery within basically any other territory. He drew a line, ultimately, is what Lincoln ended up doing. And he ended up doing it pretty quickly. So, in fairness to the southern states, once Lincoln drew that line, it was very apparent, because there was a whole bunch of, you have to understand, it wasn't like people stopped trying to stop peace from occurring. There's a whole bunch of different peace conferences. There was one specific peace conference that was held in February. 21 states had actually sent people there. in D.C., Willard's Hotel, to try and basically just come to some compromise. It was basically working with the Crittenden Compromise, except, a whole bunch of different people were arguing the merits of it, because they're basically just like, this isn't going to basically fix anything. And ultimately, they tried to propose a couple of different amendments, and only a couple of the southern states are basically like, we might be amicable to this, but ultimately, Congress themselves, a lot of the people who were there, I think there was about 100 plus delegates in that specific peace convention, and they were basically just like, nope, we're not doing it. We refuse to do it. And ultimately, yeah, if you want to secede from the Union, you can secede from the Union. I think I should talk about briefly the cultural and functional differences in the interpretations of the Constitution, whether a state could secede from the Union and whatnot. And I think this is really interesting. I can actually talk about this for probably at least a solid hour, because I think there's a lot of parallels to say today, for instance, of things of that nature potentially occurring, especially today. If Trump gets elected, California secedes, and sure, okay, but you know what I mean. I think this goes into, the differences in culture in a lot of ways, Even today, we're all united as Americans, but, someone from Missouri is going to be very different from someone from, say, Southern California specifically. Hell, even Northern Californians to Southern Californians, you guys know what the hell I'm talking about. There is a functional difference between the two groups of people. And, it's things like that where, the states' rights arguments kind of make sense in so many ways, shape, and form. The Southern perspective on the Civil War goes into a couple of different fronts. And let's just be honest, it functionally is, and the biggest reason ultimately was to keep the institution of slavery viable. They wanted to have black people, or just slaves in general, to effectively basically have cheap labor to produce a shit ton of money for the very, very rich Southern aristocratic individuals, in which case they convinced a lot of young Southern boys who were not these rich people, who were manipulated in a lot of ways to thinking in a different perspective, and a lot of them ultimately who would actually revolt. When you see the movie The Free State of Jones, that was just one particular instance of basically Southern revolt within the Southern Confederacy in a lot of ways. And I think that's really interesting because the South they're going to be doing a lot of shit for the most part, and a lot of things to a point where one even has to question if their cause, regardless of states' rights, etc., is even worth it, is even justifiable if the individual in their own state does not have their own popular sovereignty. People really need to watch The Free State of Jones. It's actually a surprisingly fantastic, and I would probably say pretty historically accurate film for the most part. And basically the actual reality and truth is that this is a multivariate analysis that you can go into when it comes to the Civil War and the reason why the South seceded. When you look at economic numbers and economic realities, the South was very, very financially lucrative. Not only were they basically very, very strong, because agriculture and just selling a whole bunch of shit regardless is going to do much better and stave off recession and depression much better than, say, northern industry and mills, etc., where a lot of your goods are really based off of people's wants and actual market needs, and want more than need, I guess you could say. And despite innovation and trying to make things cheaper, the North was in a very early stages of what it will eventually be a very complex economy. And in the South, it's much simpler and easier, to a point where they basically end up, financially speaking, become the backbone of the economy. I'd probably say about And again, these are just some of my numbers that I found, but you can look at it. I'd probably say about 60% of the entire economy and economic growth, etc., was being supplied by the South for the most part. And the truth is that if it wasn't for northern substantial technological advancement within 45 to 1860, there's a serious case that there's real possibility they could lose the war, especially if they started the war with the way they did with their poor generals, etc. Things might be different. And there's a whole bunch of different people that have different interpretations in the South of the Union, for instance. A lot of people in those southern states believe that, when you entered the Constitution, you could leave it, the United States whenever you wanted to, hypothetically speaking, that you agree to do this, and when you no longer specifically agree to do this, that, you can just don't have to do this anymore, if that makes any sense. The states can secede because states will always have the ultimate leeway, the ultimate and final say regardless, and the federal government can't do anything that's going to basically supersede excessively the state's sovereign rights, unless that every single delegate in the House and the Senate, and it goes through all these checks and balances, in which case it becomes federal law or constitutionally amended. North is going to have a very different perspective from this. North was always, the northern states, in a lot of ways, were always technically, pro-union isn't what I would say specifically the right word to explain it. You can go into the historical sense, where most of them, are the descendants of Federalists. The ones that basically founded this government and wanted to create the government in a particular way that was going to create the United States as a, nation that was going to protect itself from its enemies and anyone that was going to try and invade it, it's deeply fascinating, to be quite honest with you. And I think it's just a difference in interpretation, what it means to be an American in a lot of ways. Even today, we still have different interpretations of what it means to be an American. And, for Abraham Lincoln, a lot of Northerners, for instance, their interpretation was a little bit different of the Constitution. Lincoln even said that I believe the states they never possessed the independent sovereignty, as colonies or as territories, and basically that point being that once they accepted the national government and ratified it with the Constitution, that they gave up that popular sovereignty and unconditionally were a part of this union from the get-go. That was functionally always Abraham Lincoln's perspective, which is why he's always going to be, from the get-go, preserve the Union at all costs. It's going to be part of his a lot of his speeches and a lot of the things that he's going to say in the early goings of his presidency. A lot of the things that he's going to basically spout out even before he gets inaugurated as president. Lincoln is inaugurated on March 4th, 1861. He makes two pledges. First and foremost, that slavery will be protected for the Southerners, and you're allowed to possess property as long as you don't mess with anything that goes along with the government. But he also says too, we're not your enemies, but for the most part, it's really up to you on what could effectively begin or end this civil war, I guess you could say. I think specifically his words were, "In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not mine, is this momentous issue of civil war." A lot of people have different interpretations of that speech, but ultimately most people would generally agree it's just a firm stance that Abraham Lincoln is effectively taking. He's just putting his foot down and saying, the table's set. If you want to be your own separate sovereign nation, go for it. But the moment you attack any of our places, and there's a whole bunch of different, installment or forts, I guess you could say, in places, in installations that have the federal government's brand on them, so war's going to start. There's a whole bunch of different institutions, and basically any single federal government that's in any of the southern states, government building, a lot of people are kind of like, ooh, should we probably leave? I think we should probably leave, And notably, there's a couple forts in the south, notably in Charleston, one that is known as Fort Sumter. I understand for the most part, for the first month or so of Abraham Lincoln's presidency, he ultimately just vibes. He chills. He basically just does nothing. Everyone's waiting. There's this kind of thickness in the air, the anticipation of what effectively could and probably will happen. Understand too, he's basically getting advice from a whole bunch of different people. One particular instance is from one of his majors, Major Robert Anderson. He's the commander of the federal installation of Fort Sumter itself. He's basically saying that we need to basically be resupplied or evacuate, in which case Abraham Lincoln has a very fascinating choice to make. And he basically talks to a whole bunch of different people before any of this happens. The most notable person that he talks to specifically would be John G. Taunton. He's specifically the Federal Army's chief engineer, and notably still the leader of the National Federal Forces, General Winfield Scott. Winfield Scott's got to be in his 70s at this point, and pretty hefty. Both basically say that you can't reinforce the fort, and you can't put in a large fleet. It's basically a lot of things are not working specifically in your favor in order to reinforce this particular fort that could be under attack at any time soon. So effectively, Abraham Lincoln has a fascinating choice to make. He could resupply the fort or tell his men to evacuate. Depends on how you want to look at it. I tend to look at it in the sense that Lincoln himself understood civil war was going to occur. I think he believed functionally that when civil war did occur, the South would fold very, very quickly. The South would not fold very, very quickly. And ironically, too, the same exact thing that would actually happen, in which the South felt that if, they had just done maybe a little threatening, maybe done a little marching, won a couple battles, that, they could rejoin the Union and have all of their states and sovereignty for all slavery in all states, Civil War is very fascinating in how you want to look at it. And I look at it in the sense that Abraham Lincoln made a bit of a gamble and made a choice that he knew in his heart that it was unavoidable. So Abraham Lincoln basically deciding that instead of waiting, instead of making this worse, instead of he's going to bite the bullets, and sends a supply ship of men and a whole bunch of supplies down a ship to resupply Fort Sumter. Jefferson Davis gets word effectively that this ship's going to come and resupply Fort Sumter. They had gone in advance from it, and Jefferson Davis does not blink. He orders his general, this guy, Pierre G. Beauregard, to fire upon Fort Sumter before the supply ships could arrive. 4:30 in the morning of April 12th, 1861, Confederate guns fire on Fort Sumter. And after 33 hours, Major Anderson surrendered the fort, and the Civil War will officially begin. Lincoln gets word on April 15th. He gets word a couple days later, and he basically declares, in a lot of ways, like a state of emergency. He declares that a state of rebellion exists, and that he calls upon his first large contingent of soldiers, 75,000 militiamen or volunteers, I guess you could say, to serve 3-month terms in order to help quell this effective rebellion in the southern states. A lot of states did not like that. Every single northern state, probably above Virginia was like, we're good, we got you, fam, you know, and a couple other West Coast states, obviously, but for the most part, a lot of the pure northern states were all go. The South obviously wasn't good with that, and a couple of the border states in particular that separated the Deep South and the Union were in a bit of a civil war themselves. Ultimately, when it's all said and done, after April 15th, 4 more states will secede from the Union: Arkansas, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Virginia, to go along with Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. Every single one of them is basically going to join the Southern Confederacy. You have to understand, at this point, that's half the country. So this is like genuine civil war, you know. And for Abraham Lincoln, once he gets word of a lot of these things happening, he's trying to keep at least some of the border states secured, which is very tricky because Maryland is in a bit of a chaotic state right now. The South, they're basically throwing in some riots, some protests, and really making life a living hell in D.C., especially while making Virginia a bit of a contentious place, I guess you could say. And things were not looking too good with a couple of the border states. But ultimately, when it's all said and done, after some negotiations, calmer heads, cool down, Missouri, Kentucky, and Maryland ultimately end up staying, I guess you could say, neutral or with the Union for the most part. I guess you could say it depends, because those states still permitted slavery, but did not actually secede from the Union. And in fact, actually, West Virginia is going to be created because of the Civil War. They will split off from Virginia and ultimately end up being a part of the Union, I believe. Ultimately, though, a lot of things are going to occur. First and foremost, once the South fully succeeds from the Union, the Republicans within the House and the Senate, for sure, for the next, effectively, 37th, 38th, and 39th Congress will have overwhelming Republican majority for the entirety of Abraham Lincoln's presidency. Some Democrats will stay on, notably Andrew Johnson, who will be Abraham Lincoln's future vice president and future 17th president. That will be the next episode will be about. And ultimately, a lot of people stay on, war Democrats, and some Democrats that basically are for the Union but want peace, which I think is really interesting. And not to mention, too, generals, I should probably point this out, are going to be a very big issue for Abraham Lincoln. You see, he would follow a lot of what General Winfield Scott is attempting to implement. It's known as this Anaconda strategy by old Fuss and Feathers Winfield Scott, mirroring the tactics of the anaconda, where basically it just suffocates and kills its prey through constriction in a lot of ways. The strategy was basically just encirclement of the entire Confederacy, securing the border states, and basically naval blockades, severing the South by taking the Mississippi River, which they're going to effectively, really unaggressively try to do for most of the war, I would say, at least in the more western campaigns. And, for Abraham Lincoln, Winfield Scott's like 75 years old. So Winfield Scott, by the way, is probably, I forget when he leaves. I think he's going to end up leaving 1861, October, Halloween. 1861, he retires at the age of 75 years old. And Abraham Lincoln has a couple of choices to make, because there's a whole bunch of different things that he needs to do in order to effectively help him win this war. Find the right generals, like I said, who can press the South and really basically win battles that are going to help build morale, and also, win this war. It's a social war. It's a big war for the war for the freedom and the soul of America, which is why I tend to think of Ulysses S. Grant in a much more higher regard than I think a lot of people would. And also there's a whole bunch of different things that are going to occur that Abraham Lincoln, from the get-go, before he even finds a general, he's already thinking about. First and foremost, how am I going to raise an army? If men, he's not thinking all these men are going to die. He's hoping that the South kind of succeeds, but in preparation for potentially the South not seceding and giving up this war, a lot of men are going to die. How many men are going to actually want to fight for the United States, this union, and then eventually for the freedom of the black man in slavery? The North didn't like slavery, but, they didn't. There's still racial issues. They didn't think, the black man was as equal, and there's still going to be some segregation. Hell, even today, there's still, northern black segregated schools. Meanwhile, in the South, they're forced to, integrate with a whole bunch of the specific policies that were forced in the South. So, say what you will. Everyone still calls the South racist, but, it's like New York. There's still a whole bunch of different segregated schools and a whole bunch of different segregated communities, but no one wants to talk about that. I'm getting way off topic here. It's about raising men who are going to really fight and die and kill brother. The term Yankees really becomes popular during this time, and it's hard. The Civil War is rough. It really is brother killing brother. And it's horrifying and it's saddening. And aside from probably, and don't get me wrong, this war ultimately has purpose, because it's not like I was going to compare it to World War One, but World War One is just single-handedly one of the most meaningless wars we've ever had, at the cost of the insurmountable loss of life that we had. That's a complete. I'll do an episode on that, and I'll talk about when I get to Woodrow Wilson. Abraham Lincoln also had to deal with a whole bunch of different things. He had to deal with news at home, media at home, and I'm addressing all this now because I want to get to more of the specific details and stuff like that, and a lot of the stuff is going to be very broad. People are not going to be happy at home because it's wartime, and you're going to have to give up some things in order to help save this union. You're gonna have to give up some freedoms in which this was founded upon. A lot of newspapers see a lot of things that eventually are happening, and they're not happy about it. So they start censoring, and so the president starts censoring people. In fact, starts putting people in jail, and despite court orders, not releasing these men. For the sanctity of this union and the unity and etc., and just the belief that the North is correct, which is a very slippery slope in fairness. I understand what he did, and I think ultimately in this particular case, he was right. But at the same time, that's a tough moral question to really even get into. The violation of constitutional rights that Abraham Lincoln will effectively be doing a lot. Most of it really just suppression of the press and locking up certain people, for the most part, who were aggressive dissenters against the Union, for the most part. It's going to be very difficult for him, and I think in a lot of ways his legacy is tarnished because of that. In fairness, with, an understanding that it's war, but also, it's the Constitution regardless of, war, whatever crisis that we're in right now. Nothing supersedes it. Number 3, I would probably say, is the economy. The biggest thing is it takes a lot of money in order to actually finance the war. And, they had an independent treasury, but for the most part, they're going to be going back towards more of a centralized banking system, previously before Andrew Jackson's presidency, for the most part, in order to finance this war, doing a whole bunch of different banknotes, greenbacks, etc., and just as a way to finance the war itself. And number 4, foreign intervention to recognize the Confederacy, and also just trying to, number 5, the biggest one above all else, which is ultimately what this war is going to be about, slavery. dealing with the problem that's slavery, because ultimately Abraham Lincoln himself will come to this conclusion that we just gotta end it. There's just no other way around it. We just can't keep having civil war and brother fighting brother and just chaos. Ultimately, is not going to be sufficient in this country. It's gotta end. And when you bring it all together for Abraham Lincoln and what he's going to have to do, and that's just the big things, not the little things left and right. He would choose probably 5 or 6 different generals to lead his entire Union, the hopes of just trying to beat Robert E. Lee and a whole bunch of Stonewall Jacks and all the Southern Confederate generals. And it's just an insurmountable task that you're asking Abraham Lincoln to do, without basically just trying to keep this country together and also trying not to violate constitutional rights. So, on one hand, it's one of the most incredible tasks that it's quite literally impossible. Yet he somehow did it. Which is why, he's one of the greatest presidents of all time. But anyways, I'm getting way too ahead of myself. I just wanted to point that out. That's effectively what the big things that I'm probably going to be, specifically talking about aside and going as I go through the entire timeline. But that's what Abraham Lincoln is going to be up against at the very onset of the single bloodiest war inside this country's long history. Now back to the actual Civil War. What's going to happen after Fort Sumter is going to be a very tumultuous period of time for Abraham Lincoln. The country, like I said before, is going to be going through a whole bunch of different things. The North, after Fort Sumter, really wants retaliation. They want action to be taken, and they want some semblance of revenge. These damn Southerners, these rebels, etc., etc. And, the Confederates that are just aching for a fight. So, Beauregard, P-G-T, Beauregard. I'm just going to say Beauregard because I think it's really funny. He ultimately ends up, basically, in a lot of ways, I'll put it to you this way. North and the Union wanted to capture the southern capital. I believe it was in Virginia, probably Charleston, and the Confederacy wanted to attack Maryland and strike at D.C. Along with a whole bunch of tumultuousness that was happening with the border states very quickly, and notably a couple of the border states, Maryland, Kentucky, Missouri, in which Abraham Lincoln's going to do a whole bunch of technically illegal and unconstitutional things, suppression of specific individuals, really sweeping some things in order to get a very pro-union governor into the Maryland governorship, little things like that. But ultimately, for the most part, a lot of those states ended up staying despite a whole bunch of tumultuous things going on. Anyways, both of them wanted to attack each other's capitals. That was just what was going to happen. So the Union decided to raise up a rather poorly trained, quick army to go against, in fairness, a very poorly trained Confederate army. In fairness, the South was much better trained. They were much more prepared for the specific situation. So the Confederates and the Union soldiers would arrive to fight what would be known as the very first battle of the Civil War, the first battle of Bull Run. The battle would take place in Virginia, in Fairfax County. I'm just going to speculate here. I'm pretty sure it might be around the area where George Washington had probably grown up, considering the fact that Fairfax was one of the father figures of young George Washington's life. And I'm probably wrong, so don't quote me on that. This battle was a fascinating shit show. Obviously, I'm only just joking. Every battle's rough and horrendous in a lot of ways. But ultimately, this battle would be fought against General Irvin McDowell of the Union against Mr. Beauregard himself. In Virginia itself, the North would go over and attack. The actual place, I believe it was specifically, was Manassas, Virginia specifically. And the fighting would be very fierce on both sides sustaining heavy losses. And the North would really attack heavily in one particular area, but the Confederates would not move. And again, this is a very abridged version. I'm only giving you the very basic fundamental notes of effectively what ends up happening, because this battle could probably just deserve its own episode for the whole bunch of different factors that go along with it. But ultimately, it's held by a strong line of men, led by one Thomas J. Jackson. If you're wondering why that is important, he's this little-known, I guess you could say, leader. I don't know if he's specifically a general. I believe he actually might be a general at this point. His nickname would be Stonewall. He would get this nickname from this battle for the line not moving in any way, shape, or form, which would be crucial in order for the Confederates to actually win this battle. The strength that Stonewall Jackson, yes, the same Stonewall Jackson shows, allows the Confederacy to effectively launch a severe counterattack, defeating the Union forces. And because of this, a lot of things end up happening. The creation of the Confederate flag, the stars and bars, and the Union flag in particular are also created. This is the penultimate battle. Sides are drawn, and it's all-out war. This thing is only going to escalate from here. Following the Union defeat at Bull Run, Lincoln and everyone was really just not happy at all with the general's forces and the general's basically failure at Bull Run. General Irvin McDowell, I mean. And this would be a big problem for Lincoln for the better part of a couple years, because General Winfield Scott was too old. Old Fuss and Feathers was really old, and Lincoln would, for the most part, try to find specific generals left and right. You have to understand, he's doing a whole bunch of different things. He's going through Congress. He's trying to find people, anybody at this point. He's trying to find political leaders to effectively lead and stay in charge of specific key states that are going to effectively be a lot of the border states. One of these people being the John C. Fremont, who's going to, I believe, be effectively like effectively he will end up eventually, by his own powers and capabilities, being, I guess you could say, the borderline dictatorial governor of Kentucky, or at least some of the areas of Kentucky specifically. Basically, martial law in a lot of ways that he's going to institute there. This guy was a presidential candidate, by the way, so I just want to point that out. And I think it's really, really fascinating. Lincoln and the whole political up and downs that he's going to have to do just to get certain generals to be nominated. Because you see, it wasn't just the fact that, he did not care specifically, I believe, what your political affiliation was, what your capability was in a lot of ways. Like, if you could do the job, you could do the job. Excuse me, sorry about that. There's no argument around it for at least for me to see that, Abraham Lincoln was just like, I just need a win. We need to keep this union together. Above all else, this is what we need to do. He did not care about any sort of affiliation whatsoever. And the big hurdle for him specifically, ultimately, was everyone, I guess, functionally agreeing on a specific candidate, because obviously there's going to be some differences with, no Republican is going to want a Democratic general, even though most of the Democratic generals tend to be some of the better ones, Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson. A shit ton of them would ultimately lead a bunch of different victories in the South that would keep things, very difficult for a whole bunch of different people in the North. And there's a lot of things happening. There's a whole bunch of different moving parts and whatnot. But ultimately, Abraham Lincoln decides this guy, this man, this West Point graduate, is going to be the new leader of all commanding forces of the United States Army. And that man is George McClellan. McClellan is a very, very, very interesting person. To explain George McClellan is to explain one of the most cautious generals in history, to be quite honest with you. I actually think there's a couple of funny YouTube videos, oversimplified, I actually think, does a very funny interpretation of it, where basically George McClellan knows he has the forces drastically outnumbered, but unwilling to basically put his men on the line and suffer defeat. He ultimately ends up, in a lot of ways, losing a lot of battles just due to ineptitude and cautiousness. He's actually also, just to fast forward it, and I'm spoiler alert, he will actually be the Democratic nominee and the Democratic presidential nominee that will oppose Lincoln in the election of 1864. Things are very, very strange. You think we live in a very fascinating time today, and things are all out of whack. I mean, just imagine what it's like back then. Like it's actual civil war, and the guy you just basically brought in to be this big general to lead your entire army is going against you in the presidential elections. Who knew? Things are moving pretty fast and in pretty strange directions. Now, the Civil War itself is going to be blown up into really a shit ton of different specific, I guess you could say, theaters of war and combat. There's the Missouri place, South, Deep South, New Orleans, but just for the simplicity of this episode, because this isn't going to be anything crazy. I'm not trying to dissect every single aspect of the Civil War. I would probably do that when I do an episode on the Civil War itself, or at least attempt to do so. I'm going to look at this and just basically say there's two fronts and there's two theaters. You have your Western theater and then your Eastern theater. The Western theater, for the most part, really is just going to be Grant just fucking shit up for the most part, doing a whole bunch of things over there, Battle of Shiloh, etc., etc. And then I believe Admiral David Farragut's basically taking control of New Orleans, a whole bunch of different things that are happening in the West. And then, in the East, the Army of the Potomac. Basically just the battles and campaigns that are going to be going through, Virginia and a whole bunch of the other southern states, and where Lincoln's going to do and bring in a whole bunch of different generals that are going to lead and supersede the army. So, anyways, first and foremost, Abraham Lincoln has given control of basically all supreme command of the United States Army, and effectively given it to a man named George B. McClellan. McClellan himself is a very fascinating person. Lincoln's kind of putting all his chips in his basket, so he's kind of giving McClellan a lot of leeway to do a whole bunch of different things, and McClellan is basically saying, hey, give me a couple months. Let me train these guys in tip-top shape so that we can actually fight these fools, these rebels, because we're these Yankee bastards. We're going to show them up, and Lincoln's like, okay. So, for the most part, they spend the rest of 1861 training and fighting, all the way up until about 1862, the beginning parts of 1862. In which case, the training is taking a little bit too long, and Abraham Lincoln's getting a little bit irritated. As would most people in the middle of a civil war, where the South is kind of making some gains, if I'm going to be quite honest with you. McClellan's going to be in charge of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of troops, which is basically just monstrous in comparison to the Confederate Army at this point in time. And Abraham Lincoln's just getting pissed. He's like, dude, we got to order fight. And McClellan's just not, doing anything about it. He's not going to risk his army. He's not going to really hesitate to bring these troops down to the South, at least for the time being. And it's really starting to piss Abraham Lincoln off. On top of that, his son died a couple months after, a couple months into 1862, I believe in February. Little Willie dies. Which, that's tough for anyone to lose their kids, especially Abraham Lincoln, while you're the president in the middle of a civil fucking war, okay? And things are only going to get worse and worse and worse for the Union. Ironclads are a thing, and they're happening, and the Union's still using wooden ships for the most part. Ironclad in the South is going to wreak havoc, at least to a certain extent, on a couple of wooden ships. The Confederacy actually had their ironclad. It was actually called the Merrimac. That's going to now be called the Virginia. They had transitioned a wooden ship into an ironclad gunboat and gunship, in which case the Union would soon create their own version of it called the Union Monitor. God, my pronunciation is horrible. I am sorry. It battles the Virginia to a standoff, to a point where the Virginia is forced to retreat, and the Confederacy basically abandoned the place that they're supposed to be. Anyways, things are getting testy. Things are getting very heated. This war is going to be very bloody, and Abraham Lincoln knows it. And every single second that they waste, the South gets stronger and the North gets weaker. So, after initially making him supreme commander of everything for the most part, Abraham Lincoln decided, yeah, you're not supreme commander anymore. I'm just going to relieve you of your duty, and then effectively just made him the leader of the Army of the Potomac. He was ordered to go to Richmond, Virginia, and effectively try and do all that they can to try and track down and defeat Robert E. Lee, who effectively within the next couple months will be appointed the commander of the entire Confederate Army. But for the most part, actually, the Union's job and the Army of the Potomac's job really is to find Stonewall Jackson. He's kind of just this badass, this rebel, yada yada yada, whatever you want to call him. But anyways, this is where things stand for right now. I'll probably talk about Grant a lot more in a little bit, but for the most part, I'm probably going to leave a lot of his Civil War activities really for his episode. Anyways, back to the Civil War. McClellan was a very weak and cautious general. He would lead the Army of the Potomac down to Richmond, Virginia, to try and take the capital itself. He'd have 100,000 plus men. He's constantly calling on Lincoln for more men. It's not good. Lincoln's pretty pissed. A whole bunch of different things are happening. I'm only speeding up through this part because you probably just know the Cliff Notes version. There's a whole bunch of things that go along with this, but ultimately, McClellan doesn't attack. He does not attack Richmond, even though it's clearly not as defended or as fortified as it probably could have been. And, the defenses were actually just more of a show than anything else, but McClellan was very cautious in every sense of the word, which is very ironic because he would actually call Robert E. Lee at one point very cautious and weak. Even though Robert E. Lee, who I don't remember if he's actually in Virginia at this point, but he's basically saying about the fort itself, or the capital itself, that no one but McClellan would have hesitated to attack. Ultimately, his inability to attack and trying to be patient and waiting for more men, guns, etc., allows the South to counterstrike and protect the capital city of Richmond, even though they are superiorly outnumbering the Confederacy in every single sense of the word. So Lincoln's not happy. Ultimately, he's not happy, and McClellan will be relieved of his duties with the Army of the Potomac. He would turn to another commander in July of 1862, a man named John Pope, promising his present decisive action. Ultimately, and very briefly, he's basically just doing the second battle of Bull Run. Spoiler alert, the Union would decisively lose, and that battle was against Robert E. Lee, in which case Robert E. Lee just continues his push northward into Maryland, trying to scare Abraham Lincoln and the Union into basically losing this war. Lincoln, you have to understand, there's a reason why it looks like he aged 50 years and 4. This war, he took a lot out of him because he was also a part of every single functional aspect of the war in general. And you have to imagine, you're pretty close to the conflict. Maryland's right there next to Virginia, and he will actually see some attempts to try and attack Washington, D.C., and Robert E. Lee is going to attempt to invade the North at some point, which is kind of pretty scary. And, Lincoln's basically trying to macromanage the war with his Secretary of War, Simon Cameron, I believe, the weird guy from Pennsylvania, and he's going to basically just be going back and forth, trying to figure out how to actually win this specific conflict. It's really difficult, and, effectively he was going to end up kicking out Cameron and ultimately end up choosing Edward Stanton to replace him, who's basically going to get shit together and be like, hey, this Grant guy's actually pretty good, we should probably choose him. And Lincoln's like, alright, Gucci. I think he's also going to get his hands onto a lot of social issues and a lot of social promises and a lot of social things. I'll get to that in just a second, when it's pretty clear what that's going to lead to. But first and foremost, he actually has his hands on the economy, really, for the most part. First and foremost, bringing a lot of men into this war itself. Congress basically is going to pass a whole bunch of laws calling for, hundreds of thousands of volunteer troops to join the army. A lot of them ultimately end up doing, but a lot of them don't. It's going to be a bit of a contentious social issue within the country itself. Whether, a lot of these guys want to or don't want to, actually fight for the black man and the former slave, etc., etc. This is also where things are going to get interesting. I forgot to talk about it, but 1861, the Revenue Act of 1861, implements and imposes what is going to be known as the first federal income tax in the United States history. Effectively speaking, if you made over, $800, you would be taxed about a rate of 3%, which would actually make things a little more difficult for a lot of people. There's going to be a whole bunch of additions, to what would be the moral tariffs. Buchanan would actually be the one to first start it. Lincoln's just going to basically continue it. The second and third moral tariffs, raising tariffs on the imports of a whole bunch of different goods and whatnot to higher levels. He's also going to do the whole Legal Tender Act. If you don't know what the Legal Tender Act of 1862 is, it basically authorizes the minting of greenbacks. It's fiat money. They're these banknotes that it's not backed by anything. There's no gold or silver, but it's just a promise that the government's going to honor them with the specific value that they are going to functionally be worth. By the end of the war, $500 million of greenbacks are going to be in circulation, which just is going to ruin the economy for quite some time and make things quite difficult for a lot of things to happen. It actually gets really difficult with the amount of taxes that they're ultimately getting, that they actually end up creating. Congress ends up creating another part of the within the actual Treasury Department, known as the Office of the Commissioner of Internal Revenue Sources. It's within the actual, I think, the Revenue Act of 1862, along with it too. Basically, Abraham Lincoln's trying to do two things. He's trying to diversify the economy, make people be able to work, but also taxing the living shit out of them, and also retaking the actual national banking system with the National Banking Act in 1863. But I'll get to that in a little bit. Actually, I'll just get to it now. Effectively, what that does is, excuse me, it basically just gives the federal government to oversee, I guess you could say, a lot of the national and state banks, instead of the actual state banks having the final say or the direct influence of said bank. So it's basically just the federal government, sidestepping the states' rights issue and just being like, we're going to take over the state banks now, okay? Which a lot of people did not like. A lot of people thought a lot of this was really just overstepping their boundaries for the most part, which gave credence to a lot of the things that the states' rights people were ultimately talking about and using it as a, you don't see this guy is a bit of a dictator. What the hell is happening, with Abraham Lincoln, which is kind of unfortunate, And very, very briefly, Lincoln is going to be working with Congress very heavily on a whole bunch of different social issues. The two smaller ones I would probably say would be the Homestead Act of 1862 and the Pacific Railways Act of 1862. First and foremost, the Homestead Act basically gives the government the ability to give a whole bunch of different people a whole bunch of different acres of land in the West, specifically in occupied territory, I guess you could say. You can either purchase it at a very low cost, or if the person was willing to live there for 5 years and invest in the land, then they can get something like 162 acres. The Pacific Railways Act is pretty self-explanatory. It's basically the construction of the first Continental Railroad that wouldn't be done until Ulysses S. Grant will effectively be president. But for the most part, Abraham Lincoln's really pushing for a whole bunch of agricultural reforms, pushing for a whole bunch of different acts that are going to help give grants to a whole bunch of colleges to help, agricultural improvement, little things that they can probably learn and supplement to improve agriculture within this country. Corn is a very prosperous thing in the North, fam, and in the South. But don't get me wrong, I guess what I'm trying to say is just, hey, if you want to make it, you can farm. Lincoln had a very fascinating choice to make when it came to the social issue, the cause of the Civil War, which really ultimately will be the number one thing that the Civil War will be about. The heart and soul of the country and the direction that this country will go in terms of slavery. Lincoln always hated slavery. He always did. Above all else, he hated slavery. And yet he was also one that believed in the Constitution, even though he felt that slavery spit in the face of the Constitution. And in fact, in a lot of ways, he actually doesn't even go by the Constitution in a lot of ways. He goes by the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal, unalienable rights, etc., etc. You know how the document goes. And, for Abraham Lincoln, 1862 is the year that, his views really start being formed and start changing. Now, let's be honest here. The Emancipation Proclamation, changing this war from, rebellions, etc., into a war for the country's heart, and slavery and the freedom of slaves is going to make things very socially acceptable for Abraham Lincoln, that no other country is going to touch this place with a 10-foot pole. That's just the truth. That's a big reason why the European powers don't intervene at all, because, it's already bad enough that a lot of these European powers are seen as tyrants, lest them, be called monsters for the most part for supporting the Southern Confederacy and rebellion. Lincoln had a lot of issues. He debated his cabinet, he debated Congress, and talked about it quite a bit. He was more determined, especially after the many losses exuding at this particular point in time, that something needed to be done. Okay, because there's a whole bunch of different black people, because you have to understand what's happening. There's a whole bunch of black slaves, escaping to the Northern Union. The North is losing left and right in a couple battles, you have to understand. So it's more coincidental than anything that he's announcing a lot of these things. But for the most part, it's a very tumultuous. I guess what I'm trying to say is ultimately that his views start to change as the war itself really starts to change, and a lot of things are all forming all together to make Abraham Lincoln go towards the decision in what would be known as probably the one speech he will always be known for, one of the greatest speeches of all time, his Emancipation Proclamation, which he gives several times, by the way. In fact, one of the first couple of times he actually gives the speech, he gives it rather poorly. I think he tries to go off his head, and it's more like, four score seven, our founding fathers. It's a really poor speech when he first does it the first couple times. But ultimately, how do I put it specifically? Everything is making it very difficult for Abraham Lincoln to hold off from basically this being a war about anything but slavery, if that makes any sense, in a very long-winded way that I'm going about it. The South's making gains, people are not happy, and this is no longer a rebellion. This is about slavery to a lot of people, which is the reason why, a lot of people, I think in the modern context, really only look at it from this particular perspective and point of view. The war in general is a lot more than that, but ultimately, from 1863 on, after the Battle of Gettysburg, and he gives his Emancipation Proclamation, this war will always be about slavery. And the beginnings of this really start around 1862. A lot of things are going to happen and going to occur. July of 1862, he's basically saying this We need to do some stuff. We need to fix some stuff. Eventually, over time, not now, but over time, the Union Army is going to allow black men into the ranks. They're going to make up about 10% of the entire Union military and army. And this country is always going to be very forever changed about that. But I'll get to the Emancipation Proclamation a little bit later. Let's actually get back to the war, because the war, it's only just beginning. After the Second Battle of Bull Run, Robert E. Lee's, he's moving his army north. He's moving his peeps north. He's trying to scare the Union. He's trying to help them basically end this war rather quickly. And Lincoln is not okay with that. He decides, screw it, I'll give McClellan one more chance. He's really, at this point in time specifically, the only general that he's got that I think for the most part would have a substantial level of confidence and capabilities that's not currently fighting anyone. I think, Grant's probably at the West right now, doing a whole bunch of different sieges left and right. And McClellan is following Lee northward, and he follows him towards Maryland, and a place that's going to be known as Antietam Creek. Maryland specifically. The Battle of Antietam is going to ensue. It's going to be a very bloody battle, a very violent battle, in which case it's going to be very fascinating. In fact, McClellan actually knows most of Robert E. Lee's battle plans. He actually ends up gaining them ahead of the actual entanglement, I guess you could say, itself. He fails to do any of it, though. He basically has all the plans, and he knows enough to a point where Robert E. Lee, overwhelmed by forces, ultimately is going to end up having to retreat. So Antietam technically it's technically a Union victory, but it's not quite a Union victory. I mean, it's one of those like, yeah, we won, but at what cost kind of situations ultimately. After the Battle of Antietam, Abraham Lincoln decides he's going to finally do it. After really practicing for months and months, he announces his Emancipation Proclamation. In September of 1862, Abraham Lincoln announces that the slaves in the rebelling territories would be freed as of January 1st, 1863. The border states were excluded, as well as states under the Union occupation, and Tennessee. Union occupation, most of the states, in fact, outlawed slavery. Probably by that point in time, D.C. would actually outlaw slavery by 1862. Let me put it to you this way. It's very complicated, this entire point in time within this country's history. Abraham Lincoln's making a bunch of fascinating choices. Republicans are very mad at him, and abolitionists, are complaining that a lot of things, that he's not going far enough in basically freeing the slaves. He's also doing suspending the right of habeas corpus and the right of the government to arrest anyone to arrest anyone who's believed to be disloyal. They're basically, the radical Republicans are mad about him for that. And, everyone's just mad at Lincoln. I'll put it to you that way. The people who are basically like, why would you even lock us up to begin with? What the fuck is habeas corpus? Little things like that. To put it plainly, everyone's mad at Abraham Lincoln in 1862. It's not a very good year for Abraham Lincoln. And ultimately, it's only going to get worse. The midterm elections of 1863 or 1860, what year you want to call it, it's going to go down, and a lot of the Republicans will ultimately end up losing their seats. In fact, they basically outright lose, I believe, the majority. I'm not quite positive for sure, but it's enough losses to a point where, like, Abraham Lincoln's kind of sweating bullets now, where it seems like the walls are all kind of caving in on him. And I will give Abraham Lincoln a lot of credit, because I think 1862 was a very rough year in every sense of the word for Abraham Lincoln. You lose your son, this country's in fucking chaos, your generals are all inept, this country's going bankrupt, people are mad at you, and every single decision you make and do, people are just going to criticize you to hell and high heaven. I mean, more power to Abraham Lincoln, because, at a point, you have to nut up or shut up. And Abraham Lincoln decided he was going to nut up. at least for the most part. You know, he, like I said, he's done a lot of shady shit during this period of time, but, you know, when you look at everything, you look at the whole corresponding reality of what was happening, I'm not surprised that he went as far as he did for some of the decisions. Do I like it? No, but I understand, if that makes any sense, and I don't agree with it, but I understand. And ultimately, he starts making some good decisions. Simon Cameron, he's going to get rid of as a Secretary of War and bring in Stanton, who's going to bring some legitimacy back into the government and effectively start actually bringing in some people that are going to affect change, real change within the war itself for the next couple of years. Once 1863 hits, it's not much easier for Abraham Lincoln. McClellan is a failure as, I think, a man and as a general leader. He basically is just holding up with his men in Maryland and refusing to go chase Robert E. Lee for some reason. I don't get McClellan. I haven't really done a lot of research into him specifically, if I'm going to be quite honest with you. He always just struck me as, I just don't understand a man that can be that much of a coward and incapable of fighting. I always just attributed it to narcissism, and I'm probably wrong there. But, you know, just actions speak louder than words, you know, and McClellan ultimately ends up basically failing. Abraham Lincoln actually visits him and visits the Army of the Potomac and basically just straight up just says, McClellan, if you don't fucking leave and get your men down there, you're basically going to be fired. McClellan's like, well, I'm going to do what I want, you know? You have no military experience, and you're conducting this war in a way that's going to hurt our men and our people. And Abraham Lincoln's like, you're fired. Basically fires McClellan. And in his spot, he's going to appoint several different generals to be the leader of basically the Army of the Potomac. I'll go through them very briefly because in just quick succession, it's just going to be loss after loss after loss after loss. The first is Ambrose Burnsides. Burnsides would lead the army into the Battle of Fredericksburg, Virginia, where they were just soundly defeated in every meaningful way, shape, and form. Lincoln then basically turned to a man named Hooker, Joe Hooker, who basically took the field in 1863, May of 1863, and at the Battle of Chancellorsville, Virginia, where, again, they were soundly and just enthusiastically defeated by the South, which, you know, every single loss that Lincoln's going to have in this war, his approval rating, technically speaking, I guess you could say, is just going down, and people are getting more and more upset, you know. It's one thing, the Union, they're losing a lot of men, left and right. A lot of mothers are very upset, a lot of fathers are very upset, a lot of people are very upset because they're broke, or they're becoming broke, and people are just dying, and it's seeming like a very pointless war to a lot of these individuals and to a lot of these people. And the only good thing that came out of basically any of this, at least for the South, at the very least in terms of strategy, unfortunately for the South, was the unfortunate death of Stonewall Jackson. I actually think Oversimplified does a very good video on it, a very good section on it. Basically, Stonewall Jackson comes back at night, his men don't recognize him, and they shoot him. He ends up dying about 8 days later, which is a fucking huge critical blow to the South and to the Confederacy. In which case, once Jackson goes down, Abraham Lincoln replaces Hooker with his new general, George Meade. And he might be the one guy who's actually going to help change the tide of this war. For Lincoln, just on a personal level, it's a little bit different, though. The tides are not changing. They're only getting worse. On a personal level, you know, his son died. He would actually... his son died the year before, and you know, the tumultuous relationship with his wife, which he showed tremendous devotion to, and they were very, very tight together during this time. Annoying, but tight, if that makes any sense. She scared a lot of people. She scared his cabinet, anyone that basically tried to cross her. She's a very fierce woman. and one that overspent on a whole bunch of White House furnishings, etc., etc. Dealing with grief, it's tough, and a whole bunch of different things. But at the same time, her relationship, it's a little bit, not fair, because, the media criticizes her for this, but then, she's also helping out at, a bunch of different hospitals all over Washington, and tending to all the sick, wounded, who are coming back from battle. And, she even remarks that, if the media was here, they probably would have a different perspective on me. Things were very difficult for Abraham Lincoln. When his son died, he actually wept in his office. He locked himself in solitude at times, and had to deal with his wife, had to deal with everyone, his own cabinet, and thankfully a lot of people within his inner circle really helped keep him together. One of the people was actually William Seward, his Secretary of State, who basically was the big reason why the relations with Britain and the European affairs never really interfered as much as they probably could have, at least in terms of the domestic affairs, with a whole bunch of political games, which I think are very deeply fascinating. But, things are going to be very difficult. 1863 is a trying year, if that makes any sense. It's the year where, riots start happening within the country. Lincoln and Congress are going to start basically forcing conscription with their passage of the Conscription Act. Anyone between 24 to 45 is going to have to go into basically fight the war, and a lot of people are not happy about that at all, like aggressively so. And I think it's really fascinating because like I said before, look, racism is racism. New Yorkers were fighting black people in New York, a lot of it with some racial disparity, but also because the black people there were taking the white man's jobs. It is what it is, unfortunately, even back then. Regardless, though, people were pretty pissed because, you could pay like $500 in order to defer, I guess you could say, your conscription assignment or allow someone to fight in your stead. A lot of people were not liking that. It's elitist. Everything you could think of is being thrown at Abraham Lincoln. Okay, New York is on fire. Riots are going all over the place in Pennsylvania, and actually takes, men and soldiers who will be fighting in the Battle of Gettysburg to cease a lot of the basically just destruction that's happening. All the while this is happening too, the National Banking Act is coming in, which I believe actually is effectively the establishment of our own national currency for the first time. I might want to add, along with the many Homestead Acts, etc., expansion of agriculture. Excuse me. A lot of things are occurring in 1863, and at the very least, the first half of 1863 is not looking promising. And if it continues in this particular way, in this particular direction, who knows what might have happened, But, things change. There are many turning points that really can have a lasting effect, I guess you could say. And all it takes is one particular individual, one particular event, one particular battle, one would say, that makes this war, that makes the conflicts that are happening right now, different. So Robert E. Lee, he's feeling himself after the subsequent battles against Hooker and Burnsides. He's continuing his campaign through the North. After the Battle of Antietam, he's maybe slowed down, but I guess you could say this is technically the second invasion of the North. Through the Shenandoah Valley, he's all the way in Pennsylvania. He's trying to strike a real nerve in the North for the most part, trying to strike fear in the Union to really secede and to give up. But the Union is not giving up, and in fact, General Meade is following very close by and with his army at the Potomac, and really is going to combat General Robert E. Lee at a little-known small town, very quiet small town known as Gettysburg. Gettysburg is going to be a very hot 3-day battle between the North and the South. This battle effectively is going to be the battle that's going to decide the fate of this war. It's the turning point of the war itself, and ultimately, for 3 days from July 1st all the way through July 3rd, a lot of men will die. The Army of the Potomac is quite strong, about 104,000 men versus Robert E. Lee's roughly 70,000 plus men, give or take, I guess you could say, for the most part. Ultimately, just vicious battles left and right. First in the actual town of Gettysburg itself, small little firefights before the battles would lead out to the fields. Both sides fighting, Robert E. Lee attacking very strongly. In which case, he actually almost wins, basically almost flanking the Union men and Union troops. But ultimately, on the third and final day of the battle, with basically just no hope of really winning the battle itself, Robert E. Lee, along with General Pickett, basically leads what would be known as Pickett's Charge, losing a lot of Confederate men to gunfire to the Union lines. Roughly, give or so, a lot of men would die. Probably about 50,000 soldiers would die in these 3 days between both sides, Union and the South. You know, it's a tough battle. Many more would effectively be injured, wounded. 50,000 or so plus soldiers of Robert E. Lee's battle and army would retreat. They would retreat very quickly and swiftly all the way back down to Virginia itself. This battle showed that this war was going to change. This was the turning point, which is why I think, just like when Washington crosses the Delaware, that's the turning point of the Revolutionary War. The Gettysburg is no different. The Gettysburg Battle of Gettysburg is no different in any meaningful way. A lot of people are seeing this, the newspaper headlines, Battle of Gettysburg, and things are changing. This is a very unique time for someone to really maybe put something out there that might actually be conducive. If anyone's going to give a speech, this would be the time to do it, as a new national graveyard is being built and cemetery for the fallen at the Battle of Gettysburg. The Gettysburg Address, November of 1863. I'm just going to talk about this very briefly as a very pinnacle and big moment of Abraham Lincoln's career. The new cemetery is being dedicated to the fallen at Gettysburg, and Edward Everett, he was the one that had invited Abraham Lincoln, actually himself, to speak hypothetically at this event. He had no intention of Abraham Lincoln actually showing up, surprisingly. But Abraham Lincoln's like, well, why not? I'll show up. And Abraham Lincoln shows up. And the Gettysburg Address, the actual speech itself, which is really short, he had attempted several times, actually. I might have gotten confused with his Emancipation Proclamation at one point, but for the most part, what I mean is that he actually gives the Gettysburg Address, the actual speech itself, on a couple of different occasions, and it always went like 47 years. It went along the lines of that. That's why I think I got a little bit confused back there. So I do apologize. As an edit to my previous comment, he had perfected it by this point in time. He tested it out, and it's one of those things where it's like, when you're a writer and you have something there, but it's like, this is some good shit, but I don't know how to really form it. And it really takes you a little bit. It takes a little bit of time. And for Abraham Lincoln, by the time he gets there, he just says, why not? People aren't going to remember this speech. Even he said, people would little note or not long remember for the speech for its short brevity. And he gives his speech, 407 years ago, our fathers, found this nation, that all men are created equal. That's the most super abridged version you could possibly give it. He thought nothing of it, to be quite honest with you. But at the same time, in the back of his mind, it's kind of like, there might be something here, but I'm not going to put all my eggs in the basket here by any sense of the imagination. And, once it was published, people lost their minds in such a positive way. They're like, that changed a lot. That speech alone probably sealed a lot of people just to vote for him again in the election of 1864. I would probably bet, just personally speaking. And ultimately is going to go down in the echelon of, without hesitation, one of the greatest speeches of all time. It's short, it's sweet, it hits the point, and ultimately carries so much weight that Abraham Lincoln's gonna have to drag that big dick around for, the amount of balls he had to come up with a speech like that. As beautiful, as his magnificent beard. Immediately after the Battle of Gettysburg, I might want to point out, Ulysses S. Grant, he finally wins. Grant had been a fascinating general, to put it plainly. Immediately after the Battle of Gettysburg, he captures Vicksburg. After months of engagement, Grant captures Vicksburg, Mississippi. It's this Confederate stronghold. Really just going all out fucking war, basically takes his troops, takes all the southern crops, basically just starves living hell out of Vicksburg, and puts his defenders into just fundamental submission, if that makes any sense. Vicksburg was a big place. It gave Union control over the entirety of the Mississippi and the Mississippi River. And basically, right thereafter, it wouldn't be, I don't think, really official until March of 1864, if I believe. But effectively, in a lot of ways, Abraham Lincoln gives Ulysses S. Grant carte blanche to effectively be the leader of all Union forces, the lieutenant general, to head all Union armies. It wouldn't be full in effect until 1864, but basically after that, it had solidified in Ulysses S. Grant, at least in Lincoln, that Ulysses S. Grant was the man. I'll just briefly explain. Meade failed to follow and attack Robert E. Lee after Gettysburg, in which case a couple of failed battles would occur there, in which case Meade would basically just resign and give way for Ulysses S. Grant. Meade was basically pretty chill about it. He's like, look, man, I don't care. I want this war to end. If Grant's the man, then Grant's the man. So for the rest of 1863, like I said, Abraham Lincoln's dealing with all the turmoil of the conscription, etc., rioting, yada yada, and also too a lot of issues, I guess you could say, with a potential re-election bid. Yes, there is a presidential election in times of war. That does not stop in any way, shape, and form this country from voting. Lincoln basically offers full pardons from any Southerners who want to take this prescribed oath of unity and loyalty to the Union. And Abraham Lincoln really begins fighting hard for a re-election campaign. The Republicans, and a lot of the radical Republicans, feel as if Abraham Lincoln hasn't been doing enough, that basically the last 2 years have been such a train wreck of a presidency, I guess you could say, that they're actually adamantly thinking about running another candidate in his stead that's going to be much more not Lincoln, if that makes any sense whatsoever. But to briefly explain it, for the most part, once the Republican National Convention had basically came up to a decision in Baltimore, they decided, you know what, there really is no other guy, to be quite honest with you. And the Republicans, from this point on, they live and die by Lincoln. And they basically renominated him for the presidency. The vice presidency is a little bit fascinating. Hannibal Hamlin, he's a very fascinating person. He wanted to continue to be the vice president, but unfortunately for him, Lincoln had other ideas. He was always constantly thinking. And Hamlin decided to step down if it meant for better unity. And Lincoln had to talk to him and basically was like, hey man, what if I brought in Andrew Johnson of Tennessee? He's this Democrat who stayed in Congress because he believed his loyalty to his country should lie with the Union. And ultimately decided, after a lot of finagling, after a lot of debate, just a lot and lots of conversations that go into... just long story short, Andrew Johnson will become Abraham Lincoln's vice presidential nominee, which in a lot of cases seems like one of the decisions that ultimately seems pretty smart in a lot of ways. But, after, unfortunately, spoiler alert, sorry about that, spoiler alert, Lincoln gets assassinated. A lot of people are kind of regretting this decision ultimately, and specifically a lot of the radical Republicans, But as of right now, things are pretty Gucci. And I'll get to Andrew Johnson and his presidency, which I think it's going to be very fascinating. As Grant is getting ready and really preparing for all that war against Robert E. Lee, one of the great, in a lot of ways, symbolic battles between two fascinating military leaders in Ulysses S. Grant and Robert E. Lee is about to take place. It's pretty clear very early on. We know the two specific candidates that are going to be part of the election of 1864. I'm just going to say this right now before I even get to the election of 1864. The Democrats, they would meet in Chicago. And they basically just be like, oh, fuck, Lincoln and all that. Everything's all on Lincoln. Everything is on Lincoln. And not because of Southern selfishness, but, what is what it is. And ultimately, after a lot of debates, a lot of communications and whatnot, they felt fascinatingly that their best bet would be a man named George B. McClellan. Yes, the same man who was supposed to be this great West Point Union general and leader to take on and defeat the Confederacy is now the Democratic presidential nominee. He pledged to win a negotiated peace, then rather continue the tragic loss of life. And George Pendleton of Ohio was selected as his running mate. The election of 1864 is on. As election predictions are underway, the war is still going on. Ulysses S. Grant and a little-known general, Mr. William Tecumseh Sherman, they're basically going to be leading their respective charges deep into the Southern Territory, specifically in what will be known as the Overland Campaign. Basically, in one way, shape, or form, this is beyond war of attrition. It's basically just, we're going to gain as much territory as we possibly can. If we have to gain it little by little, we're going to fucking gain it. And again, and I hate to say it again, but Oversimplified actually does a very specific yet very simplified version of what actually occurs. And just to dumb it down, ultimately, Grant and Robert E. Lee combat each other, and ultimately Robert E. Lee does not have the sufficient supplies, men, especially the big thing, as a whole bunch of different Southern uprisings are occurring all along the South, and a lot of people are revolting within the South itself, that he's unable to basically replace the men that he loses in every subsequent battle. A lot of them ended up leaving, deserting, etc., etc. Grant can, though. He will lose a lot of men. Some say that he actually wept in his tent while he smelled of liquor, But I'll wait till I get to Grant when I do his episode. But for the most part, Grant's able to replace his men. So every single battle, even if it's a loss, even if like a victory for Robert E. Lee is still a loss, just because he can't win. He just doesn't have the men to replace all those that he lost. Grant does, and has more supplies now more than ever. Grant would continue. He would keep going all the way down until he effectively reaches the town of Petersburg, beginning the siege of Petersburg in June of 1864. Every single battle Lee took, he just kept losing more and more and more and more, reaching a point of no return ultimately for effectively the Confederacy in a lot of ways. Sherman, meanwhile, was probably the more key one in particular. He was going through and just lighting everything up from Chattanooga, Tennessee, all the way to Atlanta. And by the time he reaches Atlanta and the Battle of Atlanta itself, Sherman's victory ultimately boosted Union morale in every single way. And that battle itself is important when he just goes through Sherman's fucking, whatever you want to call it, Sherman's charge, or not Sherman's charge. I can't think of it right now. God, I should have probably thought about it before I even recorded this. But Sherman's fucking blazing trails of fire and destruction that he ultimately would leave behind. That actually ends up becoming much more specifically important, I think, to the actual war and in a lot of ways the election itself. Because you have to understand the election of 1864 was actually the big thing for the election. For the election of 1864 ultimately was Abraham Lincoln just had so many insurmountable losses, and when Sherman just goes through Sherman's march ultimately ends up basically being a decisive Union victory that strikes a big blow to the South that, the Democrats really didn't have much of an argument one way or another. Because a lot of people thought there's real possibility McClellan might actually get a win in this presidential election. But once that battle occurs, and it's very clear Grant is defeating Robert E. Lee in every single sense of the word, the North basically kind of just like, what are you doing? We will win the Union back, or Mac will win the Union back. It would be McClellan's catchphrase and his, fucking slogan. Meanwhile, the Republicans always basically just said, don't swap horses in the middle of the stream, effectively, I guess you could say. That war and that battle ultimately swung the election in Lincoln's favor. Not to mention, too, I just want to point out, this is actually the first election where absentee ballots were given. They were given to Union soldiers to basically allow them the opportunity to vote. And I'll just say it now, just because, I just wanted to get it out of the way, because it's a very fascinating, but very, very ultimately simple election itself. The election of 1864 is going to be between, effectively just George McClellan and Abraham Lincoln, ultimately. And once all the votes were tallied, everything was put into perspective. Excuse me. And excluding specifically most of the southern states, except for Louisiana, I might want to add, every single state was able to vote, and they vote overwhelmingly for Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln would win about 212 electoral college votes versus McClellan's 21, the popular vote for percentage being about 55% to 46%. Abraham Lincoln won the hearts of the people. They believed in him, and they believed in everything that he stood for functionally. And Abraham Lincoln, at the very least, as of right now, of him winning this election, would effectively end up becoming getting his second term at the very least, is what it looks like for the most part. I'm no fortune teller. Sorry, I had to stop recording. I got some coffee, feeling pretty refreshed and feeling pretty capable right now. Anyways, once Abraham Lincoln's elected, a lot of things are happening, seems pretty fucking clear, to be quite honest with you. Two things in particular. We're winning the war, And the elections had finally occurred, in which what effectively ends up happening with Abraham Lincoln getting reelected is the Republicans get back the overwhelming majorities that they need, specifically increasing a lot of their power in the congressional elections. Now they hold majorities within the Senate, 42-10 in the House, 149-42 within the 39th Congress. And you're probably wondering why this is very key. It's a little amendment, the 13th Amendment. Specifically, it's going to be the big key thing that Abraham Lincoln has really been trying to push the 38th Congress for years. After the failed attempt at another amendment that was supposed to be the original 13th, which was supposed to keep the slavery confined to those specific states below the 39th parallel or 36th parallel or something along those lines for the most part. Which is ironic, but for the most part, at the very least, the original attempt at a 13th Amendment was to keep slavery and not abolish it. Lincoln now had the overwhelming majority, because you need, I believe, a 2/3 vote in the Senate in order to, or House and Senate. I think you need 2/3 vote in one of those, or if not both those specifically, in order to get an amendment passed. And he basically has it for the most part. A lot of the Republicans that get voted in tend to be the radical Republicans, and a lot of things are happening. Like I said, Abraham Lincoln, he's overseeing the war still, and more focused now than ever to really clean up, because it's very clear the war is doing pretty well. His son, Robert Todd Lincoln, the oldest son, played by Joseph Gordon-Levitt in the Lincoln film as well, actually ends up wanting to join the war and the actual war effort himself. But for the most part, basically Robert ends up entering the army as a captain. Actually ends up winning a lot of respect of his men for the most part due to his hard work ethic and really wanting to get out of the shadow of his father. But ultimately, those are the two things that are happening. War is really is being just full-blown total war at this particular point. I'm gonna skip ahead just a wee bit. But Abraham Lincoln himself, Grant, and a couple other people, the Confederates, they know they're losing this war, and they will lose this war very badly. Jefferson Davis actually concedes to start some peace talks, and a whole bunch of other people. In the South, the Confederates send a couple people to meet in a specific fort, and not a fort, but it's a basically, how do I put it? The United States would basically meet with Jefferson Davis. They agreed to a peace talk. Grant and many Confederate leaders, the Vice President, I believe, Alexander Stephens, would meet with Grant, Secretary of State, William Seward. I don't know if the Secretary of War was there standing, but at the very least, and last minute, Abraham Lincoln decides he's going to be a part of a lot of these negotiations at Fort Monroe in Petersburg. And the negotiations are very interesting. They're stern. They're actually pretty amicable. Both sides are exhausted with this infighting, but it's very clear two things are very true. One, the ideological differences between the two groups ultimately is very stern and very secure. Basically meaning that, for the South, they believe that this is now two countries. The South is its own. The Confederacy of the Confederate States, the Confederate States of America is one thing, and the United States is another thing. And in the North, they're one nation. They're just brothers in a really bad dispute at this particular point that's cost hundreds of thousands of lives. And the other thing is very clear. Despite them losing the war, the South, by all accounts and measures, would be willing to stop this fighting if there was going to be some guarantee of some semblance of slavery, etc., etc. Little things like that. They're not going to bend on their main issues of the reason why they seceded from the first place. Ultimately, this entire meeting will be at an impasse. And I guess by all accounts, this basically was the last time before total war really encompasses the entirety of the South in particular. I mentioned earlier about Sherman and his march, and Sherman had a couple of winning battles ultimately, but his aggressive, almost total war, totalitarian, aggressive, burn everything you can and destroy everything that you can march ultimately is just going to fucking break the South and break the Confederacy. Sherman's march through Atlanta, and then basically going all the way to Savannah, or Savannah to Atlanta, one of those two directions, and then working his way from Georgia all the way up to South Carolina. This war is about to end. Everyone knows it. And I think there's a genuine reality that within the next, I would probably say 6 months, this country is going to be very, very different. And I just want to pause here for a quick second because, just to take a breath, because I've been talking for quite a long time, and, you need to take moments out of history sometimes, and there are certain moments that should always be taken that are great reflections of people's lives. And, I just picture Abraham Lincoln looking out at the window of the White House. It's probably early January before the 13th Amendment gets amended. I believe on the 31st of January of 1865. And, just imagining that, this war is going to be over, and that within 6 months, I'm going to be freeing an entire ethnic people within my country. That we're going to abolish slavery. People are going to be freed, and that we're just going to look forward to something potentially beautiful within the world. At least that's probably what he's thinking. But point being that, after all this fighting, after all this chaos, that, in a blink of an eye, things can change just like that, And I hate to bring it up, but again, I think I brought it up at least 2 or 3 different times, like World War I, when they went on to the Armistice Day, and all that senseless fighting stopped, Just imagine the happiness. And to this day, some people still celebrate Armistice Day. I know I personally do. And I don't know, I like to take moments. I like to think about little moments like that. And in fairness, this country will be very different. This world will be very different. And history works in such a beautiful and sometimes tragic way when you tend to reflect on a whole bunch of different things, I don't play in what ifs. I just don't. History works in a very fluid way. History works in a fascinating way. Things are supposed to happen, and things tend to happen. You can kind of guess how things will ultimately happen that might change the entirety of this country. The truth is, Abraham Lincoln hypothetically survived, we would not be living in the world that we think we would. Or, if Abraham Lincoln survived, I'm not going to be shocked if nothing changes, to be quite honest with you. I go on both sides of that argument. There's a possibility, but, who knows? In a hypothetical situation in which Abraham Lincoln survives and history is altered, there are many forces that ultimately will work hard to try and, change a whole bunch of different things. But I probably won't get to that until I get to the Gilded Aged presidents, I would probably say, or, probably to Woodrow Wilson. But we'll see. I'll explain when I get to those guys. But ultimately, the whole point being that, there are moments in history you will never forget. And those aren't the moments that, you think of as the big moments. I'm talking about the little moments. I'm talking about a soldier in the battlefield of Gettysburg, waiting hours before battle, not realizing it's going to be one of the bloodiest days and one of the most difficult and hard-fought wars and battles in the Civil War. Antietam was by far more costly and bloody in every sense of the imagination, but Gettysburg, that's something else. And this soldier may or may not lose his life, but there's the anticipation. He's gonna have to fight for 3 days, and that battle itself will change the direction that the war will effectively end up becoming in a lot of ways. My whole point being that, I think the moments before history changes really should be more reflected on than anything else. Anyways, back to Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln's main goal was to really try and do a couple things. One, deal with some international fronts that were actually developing around this time. France had actually, with Napoleon III, had attempted to invade Mexico and install, his own totalitarian regime. Basically, the idea for a lot of people, I believe, it was his editor. What's his name? He was a part of Francis Blair. He was a part of Andrew Jackson's kitchen cabinet. He was one of the last surviving members, and was basically we gotta figure something out because France and Mexico is not a very good thing. This doesn't get talked about a lot, and nothing really becomes of it. But he's trying to deal with that for the most part. Number 2 is the 13th Amendment. Well, let me start off and explain. Technically, the 13th Amendment's already passed. It went through the House and the Senate, and I think the Lincoln movie actually does a very good job with it. The debates, the frustrations between, the former Northern War Democrats, who technically are Republicans but stayed loyal to the Union. They're fighting left and right to try and repeal it because the state's right. Yet a whole bunch of different reasons. It's a fascinating movie, and I think people should watch it, and I think it's a very good in-depth look of what was potentially occurring at that time. And after some fighting and some trial and error, it gets passed in April of 1864, I believe. But ultimately, for Abraham Lincoln, the big problem is that they have to try and get enough states, if not all the states that they can, to basically ratify the amendment, making it constitutionally binding for all the states. I think enough states had to actually go through with it for the most part. And it doesn't happen until January 31st, basically abolishing the entirety of slavery for the most part. And it would be part of the Constitution. Yay. War is going to change, and war is going to change very drastically. Jefferson Davis, for the most part, he was the president, but also served as the commander-in-chief. If you're the commander-in-chief, you're also going to be serving as technically the number one uno guy for all forces, for the most part. By February of 1865, Jefferson Davis gives everything to Robert E. Lee. It's just not a feasible thing for him to do. He's not doing anything, unfortunately. Jefferson Davis, he's actually going to go into hiding for a little bit to try and escape before getting imprisoned in a lot of ways. And Robert E. Lee's kind of left alone a little bit, left hanging. And he's going to fight to the end. So, say what you will about Robert E. Lee, but, I admire men that, at the very least, even if it's for the wrong principle, I tend to respect people that are principled, even on things that, as long as they believe in the actual thing, then it is what it is. I actually went to an elementary school when I was younger, Robert E. Lee Elementary, and, the more I learned about him, I was like, interesting, fascinating. Anyways, the war is only going to get much more ferocious, like I said, and General Ulysses S. Grant, he's getting closer, and his sieges are left and right just dominating Robert E. Lee, and this war is going to end very soon. Robert E. Lee is going to flee from Petersburg, and he's going to be fleeing to Richmond, and then flee from Richmond to basically anywhere he can. Things are getting desperate, and for the most part, this war is basically over. Once Lee gains all control, he's down manpower, supplies. People are leaving or dying because of sickness, or they're just starving, and things are not looking Gucci at all for Robert E. Lee in any meaningful way, to be quite honest with you. He gets desperate, And at one point, they actually call for slaves to join the Confederacy. They try to recruit slaves for military involvement, which is ironic because Jefferson Davis actually declares all the volunteers and their slave families would be given freedom. And I don't know. I tend to find that really fascinating to me. Anyways, I'm just going to skip ahead. They would lose some small-scale skirmishes, and Robert E. Lee kind of just gives up, unfortunately. The Union captures Robert E. Lee in Northern Virginia, known as, in this place that would be known as the Appomattox Courthouse. Robert E. Lee on April 9th, 1865, will surrender formally to General Grant, marking the very end of the Civil War. Before we get into Lincoln's effectively final days, we should talk about Lincoln prior to the end of the Civil War. Lincoln is going to begin his term on March 4th, 1865, and the war's basically over by this point. And he's in Congress, and he's talking to a whole bunch of different people, a whole bunch of different advisors, because he's trying to come up with an idea for Southern Reconstruction, effectively. And he has several different ideas for Reconstruction, ultimately. There's a whole bunch of different things. First and foremost, he actually proposed initially paying reparations to some of the slave owners for the loss of the slaves, which at that point in time, financially speaking, estimates vary, but it's probably going to be $5, $6, $7 million for the most part, which back then was, a lot, and it was just only going to effectively grossly increase taxes because it was going to come out of the tax revenue. And, he argued back and forth because he's like, if we continue this war, it's going to cost us another $7 million. It didn't, and it wouldn't, but, he's trying to levy some, some back and forth between Congress, because ultimately, he can execute a whole bunch of his different ideas and a whole bunch of different plans, but he's the leader of the Republican Party, and there's a lot of these radical Republicans who are adamantly against voting in favor of his idea for Reconstruction. And his idea of Reconstruction functionally really included a presidential pardon to all Southern whites, with the exception of government officials, high-ranking military officers, who basically, as long as they swear an oath of allegiance to the United States and accepted the abolition of slavery, and hypothetically, if at least 10% of the white males that swear an allegiance to the Union, equaling 10% of the voters actually, could actually reform their state's government under the new Union that they're basically recreating in the United States. And let me put it to you this way: the radical Republicans were not happy about it. Even most of the this was not a good situation in a lot of ways, and Lincoln's Reconstruction plan ultimately had a lot more details in it, but this is just the baseline that you have to understand. It's about forgiveness, and he was actually willing to allow a lot of the Southern infrastructure in a lot of ways to really be there, to be kept there. He actually believed in keeping Southern legislators there, and basically their court system too. He basically argued for the most part that their style of court system, their style of legislature, basically allowed them to keep their semblance of order around. He's not trying to change everything radically, because he understands that there's a difference between the North and the South. What might work in the North might not work in the South. He doesn't want, in his own words, the disbanded armies would turn into robbers and guerrillas. And many people in his own cabinet really did not understand this. Some of them ultimately accepted it for the most part, but there's going to be a lot of people that get in the way of trying to basically vote for this idea of a general Reconstruction plan that is going to be proposed to the legislature. And let me put it to you this way: Abraham Lincoln, in fairness, probably would have found enough votes to get it passed. ultimately, if just to use political in the eyes of public opinion, he probably would have swayed a whole bunch of different people to really vote for his ideas and his plans. But as of right now, he's not very popular. And then, I've actually read a couple things online. And again, it's online. But, there's some conspiracy theories that, just because he had a very, I don't even want to say progressive Reconstruction plan, and this is just the baseline of it. It actually goes into far more detail, and this Reconstruction plan alone is probably going to take up 10 minutes if I'm going to explain it very, very clearly and concisely. But this is just the baseline of what you should understand, that Abraham Lincoln's really, I think, sorry about that, really understanding of what the South needs. It's basically just like, you guys can live your everyday lives, and we're going to basically assimilate you little by little. And, if you guys step out of line, next thing you know, we might put some people in there. But for the most part, in fairness, I think Grant's going to do a bastardized version of Lincoln's plan ultimately. But regardless, Reconstruction in Lincoln's eyes is very different than what the Reconstruction that we ultimately got with Andrew Johnson and then Ulysses S. Grant. But that's just the idea, and it's unfortunate. And really, Lincoln, in the next couple days, once the war ends in April 9th, life works in very fascinating ways. I'll put it to you that way. Now, before we get into Abraham Lincoln's death, the very first president that will be assassinated in this country's history, spoiler alert, let me just point this out. I try not to pay too much mind to conspiracy theories, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, if I'm gonna be 100% honest, things are starting to look sus. When I look at certain conspiracy theories, and at the very least, I look at the counterintuitive information, and I don't know what to think about life sometimes when I hear some of these things that really just don't make a lot of sense. And one of the first ones is some of the deaths of certain historical figures that tend to be in question. Some people still say at times that Zachary Taylor was poisoned before he ended up dying, instead of getting a stomach virus, which it's plausible at that time. And then there's a whole bunch of different things. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like when I get to Kennedy, that's going to be a very fascinating episode. But I don't know how to explain it, to be quite honest with you. And I try not to put too much merit into it unless there's a confounding amount of information that there's people behind the scenes that control the world, etc., Illuminati, and weird shit that goes on, that that history is being molded by these types of people, etc. Now, I guess what I'm trying to point out is I don't know if they exist or not. But, when I look at, for instance, Abraham Lincoln's assassination, it's surprisingly suspect, if I'm going to be 100% and quite honest with you. It makes you question, there's incompetence, and then there's just downright, okay, there's no sense about why he should have died, and a lot of things kind of start going together, and some pieces that we'll ultimately find out. So I guess from this point on, I guess I would say, and it's probably going to be much more apparent in the 20th century than anything else, that there could be rich people that are gonna do things behind the scenes. Again, like I said, I try not to pay too much mind to it, but if things kind of don't make sense, or I can't explain certain shit, then I'm just gonna be like, hey, it could just be insane rich people who control the world. I don't know, probably not, but just a little bit as a joke. But we don't know, and that's why they're conspiracy theories to begin with. Anyways, Abraham Lincoln's assassination, death, and I don't want to sound crazy here. I just want to point that out. I'm just saying, once you read a whole bunch of different books and biographies, and people are basically, when they talk about Abraham Lincoln and his death, sometimes it's kind of just like, Anyways, the war ends on April 9th, 1865. People are beyond happy at this point. The next day in Washington, there's guns bellowing in the air. People are saluting. People are jubilant in every sense of the word. And people are basically celebrating in every sense of the word. Bands are playing Dixie. People are drinking and enjoying themselves, and they're all trying to figure out what the president is going to say. In Washington, things are beautiful, brilliant. Ulysses S. Grant ends up coming back to Washington, receives a hero's welcome within the city of Washington, and is actually invited to the cabinet meetings that Abraham Lincoln is going through at this particular time to try and figure out how we're going to actually, implement this Reconstruction plan. And his cabinet's really worried. His cabinet's kind of worried because, it's still fresh. The South lost the war, and people understand that Abraham Lincoln, there might be attempts on his life, to be quite honest with you. And in a lot of ways, Abraham Lincoln's going to get the very first preliminary protection unit that would be like the forefathers of the Secret Service. But not the Secret Service. Secret Service really wouldn't be implemented until I believe William McKinley, when he himself gets assassinated. And for Abraham Lincoln, he's very passive. He's very just like, now is the time that we should just celebrate. The war is over, and we can talk about Reconstruction when Congress gets back from their brief session in the summer, etc., and we can hammer things out then. But until then, let us not fight brother on brother. And he basically puts a moratorium on the hangings of Confederate leaders and whatnot, and ultimately against the offers and ideas of a lot of his cabinet members and a lot of people, and especially the radical Republicans, who he's basically in preparation to try and implement his version of the Reconstruction plan, which he believes will pass through Congress, and we will rebuild this country hand in hand, brother to brother. It's fascinating. Once the war is over in Washington, when people are celebrating, a young man and a former actor, a struggling actor, I think at this point, and John Wilkes Booth is in attendance to a lot of the celebrations that are occurring. I believe John Wilkes Booth was actually there when John Brown himself was hanged. John Wilkes Booth is a very fascinating historical figure. I might end up doing a very small-scale episode on him. The man who would be so famous to assassinate one of the greatest presidents of all time. And he's there, and he's already has his plan hatched out. He has everything already according to plan. Because you see, Abraham Lincoln wants to celebrate. He wants to enjoy life. And he wanted to go see the final performance of the hit comedy One American Cousin, and which I think is a little sus. He's inviting everybody, all his cabinet members, Ulysses S. Grant, and yet none of them, not a single one of them, would attend. That is until this lady Claire Harris, the daughter of a senator, and her fiance Henry Rathbone would attend. It's funny. Basically, once people knew that Abraham Lincoln was going to be at the theater, people were kind of just like, "Oh, it's Abraham Lincoln!" Everyone in the North is like, "Let's all go watch the hit Broadway and just we get to see a glimpse of the man himself, Abraham Lincoln." Yada yada yada. And John Wilkes Booth knew that was his time to strike. He knew the play very well. He had his plan coordinated that at the part when the laugh was going to be the biggest, he would fire upon Abraham Lincoln. It's funny. I don't think there's any written correspondence or specifically Abraham Lincoln detailing this, but a lot of friends and a lot of people who talked to Abraham Lincoln days before his assassination would say that Abraham Lincoln dreamed of this happening. He said it was a disturbing dream, and he had awoken from his bed, and everyone was sad and crying, and basically he wondered why everyone was mourning. And Lincoln asked one of the people within his dream who had died, and he said, "Well, sir, it was the president. He was killed by an assassin," And Abraham Lincoln really didn't pay much mind to it, apparently. But, you can only imagine, the heightened tensions, things like that, and I don't know, maybe the fourth dimension exists and he's seeing what's going to happen in the future, out-of-body experiences. But for Abraham Lincoln, in a lot of ways, he kind of felt like something was going to happen, And it's fascinating that this happened to him, just like in a lot of ways it happened to George Washington back in before he died. On April 14th, Abraham Lincoln, around pretty late, goes to the Ford's Theater to view the One American Cousin play, and with very limited security, suspiciously. In fact, at one point, I think the one guard that's actually supposed to just guard the door just lets John Wilkes Booth in with some very bare bones credentials. Anyways, he's watching the play. There are a lot of people there that end up enjoying the play, and John Wilkes Booth sneaks in. Abraham Lincoln is with his family, with a couple of individuals, and ultimately John Wilkes Booth is able to sneak in to the actual balcony that Abraham Lincoln's in. Booth steps in, he stays in the shadows, and he waits for the biggest laugh of the evening, and he moves directly behind Abraham Lincoln and fires his Derringer right at Abraham Lincoln's head. The man, the two people that would attend, the daughter, and then Rathbone, he was actually an army colonel or lieutenant. He was in the military. Lunged at John Wilkes Booth with a large knife, in which case Booth misses, and Booth jumps out of the booth, I guess you could say, or the large overseeing balcony. His spur gets caught into, I think, the flagpole that was there, and he falls really hard and breaks his leg. He yells out loud, "Si semper tyrannis," which I think means thus ever to tyrant, and effectively runs off. He gets on horseback, and Abraham Lincoln's not the only person that's attacked. William Seward and his son, he's attacked by Booth's partner, Lewis Payne. He actually attempts to stab him in his carriage, but I think he ends up having a surgical brace that is around his neck that ends up really just saving his life. People are freaking out. They doctors and many of America or president's bodyguards, basically outside the theater, go in and basically just try and save him. Two doctors arrive and they basically say, he's a goner. He's done. He's no longer Gucci. And 1865. There's no medical practice. They actually just carry his, basically at this point, lifeless body across the street. He still has some semblance of consciousness, and he's kind of just like, and they basically prop him, lay him down onto a bed, and really just try to figure out what they're going to do. They're examining him in every meaningful way, but it's very clear that Abraham Lincoln's not going to recover. It's a fatal shot. Abraham Lincoln soon loses consciousness, and Abraham Lincoln will die at 7:22 a.m. on April 15th, 1865. William Stanton ends up being there when he dies and tells the people that now he belongs to the ages. You know, Abraham Lincoln is going to be the very first president in this country's history to be assassinated and killed. And, the South, obviously, is very, very happy for the most part. But most of them tend to be pretty shocked, ultimately. It's one thing for, people like, I hope Abraham Lincoln dies. And then next thing you know, it's like, oh, he actually died. And I think a lot of people were very conscientious of what was going to happen now because of two things. First and foremost, Abraham Lincoln dies. That means Andrew Johnson, who is the next episode is going to be about, is going to take the mantle of the presidency. History is, for whatever anyone's personal opinion is of what Abraham Lincoln could have done or should have done, ultimately will change. The South kind of doesn't know what's going to happen, so they're not cheering. They're kind of, it's really ambiguous. The North is really ambiguous, and we had just ended the Civil War, and this everything that we've just witnessed and everything that we've seen, everything that's happened. Then the president dies. Can you just imagine that? If shit like this just people it would happen in World War II, where FDR is gonna die, and the next thing you know, a month or two later, after the bombs drop on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the war is over, and it's kind of just a lot of things can happen in such a short time, and we don't really think about we kind of just take it for history because it's kind of just burned into our lives and our minds about the magnitude of certain moments. But just imagine the Civil War ends, you're happy, and the next thing you know, Abraham Lincoln's dead, and it's kind of just what the fuck is going on? You think it's crazy today. We haven't really seen anything. It's we literally just ended one of the grandest civil conflicts in this country's history. Oh, and then the president died. He was shot. Wait, the first one to be assassinated? Oh, okay. Interesting. Lincoln, the following Wednesday, there was a week of mourning within the capital, within the country. Lincoln was to be... there was a funeral service for Lincoln on Wednesday. Mary Todd Lincoln was beyond distraught. She would not attend this funeral. His body would go through all parts of the country, for the most part. Small towns and villages. Notably, it would pass through New York City, in New York State, where a young future president is going to oversee it. A young man named Teddy Roosevelt, which is fascinating because you don't think Teddy Roosevelt is alive at this time, but he's a young lad of 5 years old, and he would be able to get to see Abraham Lincoln's body as it passes through his house on the street. And people, everyone from the countryside is going to these places to see, for the last time, Abraham Lincoln, to pay their respects to the man. Thousands and thousands of people. And, this country is going to be forever changed. Abraham Lincoln, his body would be taken home back to Springfield, Illinois. And he'd be buried at the Oak Ridge Cemetery outside of Springfield. About a week and a half later, on April 26th, John Wilkes Booth was found on a Virginia tobacco farm by the men of the New York Cavalry Regiment. They ended up disobeying orders and basically mortally wounded Booth. He and Payne himself, John Wilkes Booth, were found guilty of the plot, assassination of Abraham Lincoln, and were hanged. Others who were part of the conspiracy were imprisoned. Before I get into the lasting effects, the legacy of Abraham Lincoln, I should probably talk about, what happens to his family. Mary Todd Lincoln would live for quite some time. She would die in 1882. His second son Tad would die, unfortunately, due to a heart defect at the age of 18, which would only make her growing insanity much more prominent. And it's not that she was insane. I think she was just in deep depression, didn't know how to really deal with it. Ultimately, Mary Todd Lincoln, it would just be her and her son, the oldest, Robert, who would basically just oversee, for at least the first couple of years, his old mother, before he ended up sending her to an insane asylum, where she stayed there for about 4 months. And then she would die, unfortunately, in her sleep, after suffering a stroke, I believe, on July 16th, 1882. She would spend the rest of her life spending an enormous amount of money, trying to communicate with Abraham Lincoln and do a whole bunch of weird shit for the most part that a lot of people kind of, make certain memes in some senses about her. I don't want to say meme, but, it's just deeply fascinating. The last, years of Mary Todd Lincoln's life, where she goes to like a whole bunch of spiritual sidekicks to try and talk to Abraham Lincoln. Robert Todd would actually have a very interesting life. I think he would, he'd be a part of Congress. I think he himself would be a lawyer, and effectively would die on 1926. He would live to see the Roaring 20s, and just to see America and what it would be like years after his father. And I don't believe there are, technically speaking, any direct descendants of Abraham Lincoln. I forgot where his line would specifically end, but there are descendants of, I believe, Sarah's kids, that stretch on for many generations. I think even today, for the most part. When I think of Abraham Lincoln and his legacy, I think he leaves a very fascinating perspective for a lot of people. Because you see, I think we tend to deify a lot of people and some historical figures. I think a lot of people still deify Kennedy, in a lot of ways. And I think we deify Abraham Lincoln in a lot of ways too. If he got a second term, I don't know how well his legacy would have been, or what his legacy really would have been. I just don't know, to be quite honest with you. But right now, he's got 1.1 terms as the President of the United States of America. And what we do know is that he was able to bring us through, quite possibly, the single most difficult conflict, especially at this point, that this country has had to go through, as a country, by the way, not as a potential popular sovereign nation, attempted rebellious colonial power, I guess you could say. I don't know what his legacy is, to be quite honest with you, because I think we tend to underlook and overlook some things with certain political figures depending on who the individual is. I think a lot of people deify certain people for a lot of things. We tend to underlook men like Abraham Lincoln, FDR, even JFK, and other historical figures, especially presidents, specifically that I'm noting, because they did a lot of things. They were popular for their specific reasons, and for instance, like FDR is like, hey, yeah, World War II, you got us through it, yeah, but at the same time, it's like, you also violated the Constitution and the spirit of the Constitution in every single possible way that you possibly could. To try and gain more power, etc., court packing, 4 terms as president, and really just being kind of just a ruthless Democrat in a lot of ways, although he's a very complicated human being and figure, and when I get to my episode on FDR, it's probably going to be like a 15,000 hour episode. Anyways, I'm getting way ahead of myself. Whole point functionally being is, history, I think, for the last 150 years has really been incredibly positive to Abraham Lincoln, and there really hasn't been a lot of pushback to some of the things that were negative. And even then, most people, I think, if they're honest with yourself and you understand the totality of everything, you tend to understand, It's like, yeah, he did violate some constitutional amendments, etc., and violated the Constitution and people's constitutional rights, but at the very same end of the spectrum, what are you going to do? There's no country to really do anything about it, and they're trying to play a line here against when half the countries seceded from the Union itself. It's tough, you're trying to figure out, how can I do things without pissing everybody off? And ultimately, regardless, you're going to piss everyone off, and at a certain point, Abraham Lincoln just has to do what he has to do. Ultimately, though, if you have to talk about Abraham Lincoln and his legacy, the only real question is, ultimately, that when I think of Abraham Lincoln is, what if? And it's unfortunate, too, because, I don't play what ifs. I just don't. History works the way that it works. And we just don't know the possible outcomes that could have occurred had Abraham Lincoln, been alive, or for any other historical event where things might have been different. We just don't know. What we know is what we know. History always has this tendency to repeat itself, and for the most part, I think if you're honest with yourself too, you can kind of guess how things might have gone. You could have. But I think some things are always inevitable, for better or worse. It's like the Civil War was always going to be inevitable. It was always going to happen. It was just the waiting game of which president it was going to be under, or which particular leader was going to be under. World War I was always going to be inevitable. World War II, because of World War I, was always going to be inevitable. You really, really need to understand, at least just from my perspective, history is pretty fluid. Things happen, and certain events are always going to happen because people are people. War is always going to happen. People will always try to find power and try to find their sense of happiness in a lot of ways. Or, if I'm strong and I'm this kind of person, I have this power over this person, people will like me, or I'm gonna have power and be content with myself, when I think most people understand that it's not about power, it's about, your capability as a human being to understand, how things function, how things work, and, competence above all else, I think. Sorry about that. His is going to be one of the biggest what ifs, ultimately, because you can, everything in our country's history, from George Washington up until Abraham Lincoln, really is about, the certification in a lot of ways of our Constitution and our government, for that's trying to be ratified for the better part of 80 years of, the North and the South fighting each other for basically, in a lot of instances, just the rights and the direction that this country is supposed to go in. And Abraham Lincoln and the Union and the North, they win. They always they were going to win regardless, and ultimately, for the next 150 years, it's kind of uncharted territory. Once that question of what direction this country is going to go in, what's the heart and soul of this nation, and what are we going to be doing with our lives? What's the direction? And we don't know. We really don't know. Abraham Lincoln had a particular direction that he wanted to take the country in that I think would have been interesting, would have been fascinating, and I think he would have fought tooth and nail with just the level of popularity that he had, that things might have been different. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe some of the same shit would have just happened. He would have been stonewalled in Congress. Had, the South came back in, they'd probably be just as salty, and ultimately, you don't know. You don't know. But I've been rambling on and on and on about this, and I'm probably not making a lot of sense, but, my whole point is that this is the point in history where, the cascading effect of the direction that America is going to go in really starts here. And I think everything that really happens up until this point is just a reaction to Abraham Lincoln's death. Like a lot of things ended up happening with, like, for instance, Abraham Lincoln, doing all his banking stuff, and then he dies, which leads to Andrew Johnson, which leads to Ulysses S. Grant, which leads to Rutherford B. Hayes, and the end of Reconstruction, the beginning of the Jim Crow era, and more division. Like, Abraham Lincoln dying leads to the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s, is my whole point. In a lot of ways, is ultimately the underlying thing that I'm just trying to get across to people. Like, it doesn't lead to World War I or World War II by any stretch of the imagination. That's a little bit different, but a lot of things Abraham Lincoln does, the direction that the Republican Party was going to go might have been a little bit different. And since he's not there, the direction they went was much more of the money, financial, the Gilded Age of America, really, and Republican supremacy that will last until effectively, basically, FDR really becomes president. There's only 2 presidents that are Democrats up until that point. That's Grover Cleveland and Woodrow Wilson, which are funny because they are 2 aggressively, diametrically opposed Democratic presidents. And God, I can't wait till they get to those guys. But the whole functional point being that I think real modern history, a lot of stuff that we can look at today can really be pointed to the death and assassination of Abraham Lincoln. So, I'll end on this. It is undeniable in my personal perspective and point of view that the only president that is better than Abraham Lincoln in this country's history is George Washington, in my purview, personally. George Washington created everything. He held this country together at its most contentious time, arguably. And the only other president that I think could have done the exact same thing is maybe Abraham Lincoln. And, and that's the big reason why these 2, in my personal view, are always going to be the ultimate top 2 presidents, in my perspective. There's some policy issues with Abraham Lincoln that are very conflicting, that will lead to some negative things within this country, personally. The gross expansion of the federal government and the powers that be, etc., and, some violations of constitutional rights, the re-implementation of the banking systems, at least in this particular way, greenbacks, and, overexpansion of credit, a whole bunch of different things that I could always point to. But ultimately speaking, I think one of the biggest things that a president needs to do is really lead by example, lead by capability. And when push comes to shove, how many presidents in this country's history could have actually done what Abraham Lincoln did? And the only president that I can think of that could have probably done it is maybe George Washington, maybe Teddy. You can make a case for Teddy, which is why I think despite him overall having, in comparison to Teddy Roosevelt's life, a pretty mundane presidency, he, just in terms of his potential capability, probably could have. Who knows? Like I said, history is really fascinating and weird, and I can't wait to get to Teddy Roosevelt now. But the whole point being that, when you need presidents to really step the fuck up and actually do things and actually rise to the occasion of horrors, destruction, etc., when they actually do it and they succeed, and they are able to take so much pressure, so much damage to everything, and deal with so much crap, it's insurmountable. I mean, let's just be 100% honest. Today, most people get pissed off by an angry customer, or just, irritated by things they see on Facebook. Imagine if you had a whole fucking country mad at you on both sides, and you're just trying to keep it all together, I think that's the legacy of Abraham Lincoln, and it should be for better, from just my personal opinion. There's a reason why he's on Mount Rushmore. There's a reason why he's always going to be, one of the greatest presidents of all time. And that ranking should never be lower than 2 or 3, in my perspective and point of view. When this country was going to break in half, he saved it. And the only president that even came close to it would be really George Washington. And one final note, there is a reason why history classes tend to spend so much time on the Civil War. And, and if I'm going to be honest, Civil War, I think, is both a very fascinating war, and it's incredible, but it's also boring because it kind of just gets burnt into our heads sometimes. Because I don't know how many times I've been taught the Civil War, to be quite honest with you, in all forms of my learning as a student. Even when I went to college to get my a couple of my degrees in history, it's like, okay, I can only learn so much about the Civil War that we at one point spent like 4 weeks on it, and that was just early American history too, from basically the Revolutionary War to Civil War specifically, and I just, it's a lot, but there's a reason why they teach us that. It's so that we do not repeat these mistakes that ultimately almost destroyed this country, and why we hold this man in such high regard who saved us from oblivion in a lot of ways. If people want to blame America for a lot of the problems that are happening today, and I joke, obviously, but you could blame Abraham Lincoln for saving this union and saving this country and really putting us on the path, ultimately, for us to be the superpower that we are today. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president, is one of the greatest presidents of all time, showing character, strength, capability, and his legacy will never be tarnished because of that. For all the problems that he, went through, all the problems that he did and caused, there's no doubt in my mind that there's very few men with his capacity to really bring a country together and hold the country, and ultimately he might have been the only man to actually really technically do his job at this particular point in time. And Abraham Lincoln, if not the greatest president or the second greatest president, is one of the greatest presidents of all time, bar none. Anyways, thank you guys for listening. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you like listening, listen. If you don't, eat biscuits. Enjoy.